Sometimes the mind notices something before you do. A shift in the room, a silence that feels wrong. You tell yourself it's nothing because that's easier. The people in tonight's stories did the same, until they couldn't anymore. I'm LURK. Leave a like, subscribe, and let's begin. This story is something that happened when I was a kid, and every time I tell it to someone, I feel a little uncomfortable because it makes me sound crazy. I know how it sounds. If someone else told me the same story, I might look at them with the same skeptical expression people usually give me. But it's a memory that has stayed with me clearly for years, and I remember it just as vividly now as I did back then. It happened on a warm summer morning when I was still very young. I don't remember my exact age, but I was definitely a kid. The house was quiet in the way houses usually are early in the morning when everyone is just starting their day. Sunlight was already coming through the windows and lighting up the hallway. I was standing in the hallway of our house putting on my shoes. I remember that moment clearly because it was just one of those ordinary moments people rarely think about later. I was probably getting ready to go outside or go somewhere with my mom. At that age, most mornings were simple and predictable. Our hallway connected directly to the living room. If you stood in the hallway and looked to the side, you could see straight into the center of the living room. While I was tying my shoes, I casually glanced into the living room. That was when I saw him. Standing right in the middle of the room was a man, but something about him was immediately different. He wasn't solid the way normal people are. His body looked almost transparent, like you could see through parts of him. He looked human in shape and size, but there was something strange about the way the light moved around him. The best way I can describe it is that he looked like a see-through figure surrounded by light. Not normal light either. It was like soft rainbow-colored light was glowing around him. The colors were faint but clearly visible, almost like sunlight shining through glass and spreading into different colors. The man was standing calmly in the middle of the room, and he was reading a book. That detail stuck with me because it felt so normal in the middle of something that should have been strange. He wasn't looking at me. He didn't move toward me. He didn't even react to my presence. He just stood there quietly, reading. Even more strange was how I felt in that moment. You would think that a child seeing something like that would be terrified. Most kids would probably scream or run away, but I didn't feel scared at all. In fact, the room felt incredibly calm. It felt warm and peaceful, almost like the whole space was filled with some kind of comforting energy. I know that sounds like a strange way to describe it, but that's exactly how it felt. There was no sense of danger, no fear, just this quiet feeling of warmth. So I looked at him for a few seconds. Then I shrugged, and I went about my day. Looking back now, I think the only reason I reacted that way was because I was too young to really understand what I was seeing. Kids sometimes accept strange things much more easily than adults do. If something unusual happens, they might just treat it as another normal part of the world. That's exactly what I did. I didn't tell anyone that day. I didn't panic. I just forgot about it. A few days later, something interesting happened. That night, my mom was putting me to bed like she usually did. Part of our routine was that she would read me a bedtime story before I went to sleep. I loved those moments because it was quiet and peaceful, and hearing stories always helped me relax before bed. On that particular night, she was reading a story about a child who meets an angel. I don't remember the exact title of the story anymore, and I don't remember every detail about the plot. But I do remember the part where the author described what the angel looked like. As my mom was reading that description, something immediately caught my attention. The author described the angel appearing surrounded by rainbow-colored light. They described the angel appearing peacefully, sometimes reading or holding a book. The moment I heard that description, something clicked in my mind, because it sounded exactly like the man I had seen in the living room a few days earlier. Without thinking much about it, I casually said something to my mom. I said, "Oh, I've seen an angel then." My mom paused for a moment and asked what I meant. I told her about the man I had seen standing in the living room. I explained that he had been surrounded by rainbow light and that he had been reading a book. At the time, my mom didn't react in a dramatic way. She simply smiled and said something like, "You have? That's wonderful." Then she continued reading the story. We didn't really talk about it again after that. Life moved on like normal. Time passed, and the memory of that morning slowly became just another strange childhood moment that I didn't think about very often. But then something happened later that made the entire experience feel very different. One day, for some reason, I asked my mom if I could see a picture of my grandfather. This was my mom's father. He had died unexpectedly while my mom was pregnant with me, which meant I had never met him in my life. I had heard about him, of course, but I had never seen what he looked like. My mom went to find an old family photo album. We sat down together and started flipping through the pages. The album had pictures from many different moments in my parents' lives. Eventually, we reached the pictures from my parents' wedding. The wedding had taken place exactly 1 year before I was born. There was one photograph in particular that showed a small group of people sitting together at a table during the celebration. Everyone in the picture looked happy. They were laughing and talking together. The moment I saw that photo, my attention immediately focused on one person, a man sitting in the middle of the group. Without thinking about it, I pointed directly at him, and I said something that completely shocked my mom. I said, "That's funny. He looks just like the angel I saw." The moment I said that, my mom's face changed instantly. She turned completely pale. She stared at the photograph and then looked back at me. That was when she told me something that made the entire situation feel strange. The man I had pointed to in the photograph was my grandfather, the grandfather I had never met, the grandfather who had died before I was even born. The man in the picture looked exactly like the figure I had seen standing in our living room, surrounded by rainbow light. Even now, years later, I still think about that moment. I know how it sounds. People usually assume there must be some other explanation. Maybe I had seen his photo before without realizing it. Maybe my memory changed over time. Maybe it was just a coincidence, but I know what I remember seeing that morning. A calm, transparent man standing in the living room, surrounded by soft rainbow light, quietly reading a book. And the first time I ever saw a photograph of my grandfather, I recognized him instantly. That's why I've always believed that somehow, in some way, he visited me that day. My great-grandfather shared this story with me years ago, back when he was still alive, and his memory was sharp enough to recall even the smallest details from his childhood. I remember sitting with him on his porch, listening to his weathered voice as he transported me back to a time that seemed almost impossible to imagine. This was Missouri in the early days, when life was simple but dangerous, when families lived in small cottages scattered across the wilderness, and when wild animals roamed freely through the forests and creeks that crisscrossed the land. He told me about a particular day from his childhood that stayed burned into his memory for his entire life. A day that could have ended everything before it even began. He must have been around 5 or 6 years old at the time, just a small boy with no real understanding of how dangerous the world around him could be. His family lived in a modest cottage, the kind of place that was common back then, with wooden walls and a simple roof that kept out most of the rain. They didn't have running water like we do today, which meant that every drop of water they used for drinking, cooking, and washing had to be carried by hand from the nearest source. The closest water source to their home was a creek that ran through the woods about half a mile away from their cottage. It doesn't sound like much distance now, especially when you can hop in a car and cover that ground in less than a minute. But back then, half a mile was a proper journey. The path wasn't paved or even cleared in many places. You had to navigate through trees and underbrush, watching your step for roots and rocks that could trip you up or injure the horse. His mother would make this trip regularly, sometimes several times a week, depending on their needs and the weather. On this particular day, his mother had decided to take him along with her. He didn't remember if his father was away working or if his mother simply wanted the company, but he climbed up onto their horse with her, settling in front of her on the saddle as they set off toward the creek. The journey through the woods was probably pleasant enough for a young child. He would have seen birds flitting through the trees, heard the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, and felt the gentle rocking motion of the horse as it picked its way along the familiar path. His mother guided the animal with practiced ease, having made this trip countless times before. When they finally reached the creek, his mother dismounted and helped him down from the horse. The creek wasn't particularly impressive as far as bodies of water go. It was shallow in most places, just a few inches deep, with clear water flowing over smooth stones and pebbles. The water made a peaceful sound as it moved, a gentle bubbling and trickling that would have been soothing to listen to. For a small child, though, this creek might as well have been a vast ocean of adventure and possibility. While his mother began the work of filling whatever containers they had brought along, he did what any young child would do when presented with a beautiful creek on a nice day. He waded right into the middle of it, feeling the cool water flow around his ankles and calves. He probably splashed around, picked up interesting stones, and generally enjoyed himself in the way that children do when they're given a bit of freedom in nature. The water was shallow enough that there was no danger of drowning, and his mother was right there keeping an eye on him while she worked. Everything seemed perfectly normal and safe. This was just another routine trip to fetch water, the kind of errand his mother had completed hundreds of times before without incident. The sun was probably shining through the trees, creating dappled patterns on the water's surface. The sounds of the forest surrounded them, familiar and peaceful. There was no reason to think that this day would be any different from all the others that had come before it. But then something changed. His mother's demeanor shifted completely and instantly. One moment she was calmly going about her task, and the next she was screaming at the top of her lungs. He said he would never forget the sound of her voice in that moment, the raw terror and urgency that cut through the peaceful afternoon like a knife. She wasn't just calling to him or trying to get his attention. She was screaming hysterically, shouting at something he couldn't see, her voice reaching a pitch and intensity that frightened him deeply. He was just a small child standing in the middle of the creek, confused and scared by his mother's sudden panic. He didn't understand what was happening or what had triggered such a violent reaction from her. All he knew was that something was terribly wrong, and his mother was more afraid than he had ever seen her before. She abandoned whatever she had been doing and rushed toward him with a speed and determination that showed just how serious the situation was. She grabbed him with a strength born of pure maternal instinct and adrenaline, pulling him bodily out of the water without any gentleness or care for comfort. In that moment, getting him out of that creek was the only thing that mattered. She lifted him up and practically threw him onto the horse, scrambling up behind him with a desperate urgency. Her hands were shaking as she grabbed the reins, and she kicked the horse into motion immediately, urging it to run as fast as it could carry them. It was only then, as the horse began to gallop away from the creek, that he looked back over his mother's arm to see what had caused such terror. What he saw would stay with him for the rest of his life. An image so vivid and frightening that even 80 or 90 years later, he could describe it in perfect detail. On the other side of the creek, where the trees met the water's edge, was a mountain lion. The creature was massive and powerful, all muscle and predatory grace. Mountain lions are apex predators, animals that have no natural enemies in their environment and fear nothing. This one had been watching them, probably for some time, sizing up the situation and waiting for the right moment to strike. And when it saw the small, vulnerable child standing alone in the shallow water, separated from the protection of the adult, it had decided that the moment had come. The mountain lion was charging straight toward him. It had already covered the distance from the trees to the creek's edge and was now splashing through the shallow water, closing the gap between them with terrifying speed. He watched in horror as the animal bounded forward, its powerful muscles propelling it across the creek bed. The water was only a few inches deep, barely enough to slow the creature down at all. Each stride brought it closer, and he could see the focused intensity in its eyes, the single-minded determination of a predator pursuing its prey. But his mother had seen it just in time. Her screams had alerted him to turn back, but more importantly, they had given her those crucial few seconds to get him out of immediate danger and onto the horse. The horse, sensing the danger or responding to its rider's urgency, had already begun running at full speed. Horses are prey animals themselves, and they have an instinctive understanding of when a predator is near. This horse knew they were fleeing for their lives, and it ran with everything it had. The mountain lion made it halfway across the creek before it became clear that it wasn't going to catch them. The horse had gotten enough of a head start, just barely enough distance to stay ahead of those powerful jaws and sharp claws. He watched as the distance between them and the mountain lion slowly began to increase. The animal continued its pursuit for a short distance, but eventually it must have realized that the chase was futile. The horse was too fast, and the gap was too wide. As they raced back toward home, his heart pounding and his mother still breathing in ragged, frightened gasps, he thought about something that made the situation even more terrifying in retrospect. His mother always carried a rifle with her when she made these trips to the creek. Always. It was a basic safety precaution in those days when wild animals were a genuine threat to human life. The rifle served as both a deterrent and a last line of defense if something went wrong. But for some reason that he could never quite remember or understand, she didn't have the rifle with her that day. Of all the days to forget it or leave it behind, it had to be the day when they actually needed it. If the mountain lion had been a bit faster, if his mother had reacted a second later, if the horse had stumbled or hesitated, there would have been nothing between them and that predator. No weapon, no defense, just a terrified woman and a small child trying desperately to outrun an animal that was built for exactly this kind of chase. The more he thought about it as an adult, the more the sheer luck of their survival amazed him. Every element had to align perfectly for them to escape. His mother had to notice the mountain lion at exactly the right moment, not too late, but also not so early that it hadn't committed to the attack yet. She had to react with perfect speed and efficiency, getting him out of the water and onto the horse without wasting a single second. The horse had to respond immediately and run at its maximum speed without panicking or making any mistakes. And the creek had to be just shallow enough that it didn't slow them down too much, but also didn't provide the mountain lion with any extra advantage. If any one of those factors had been different, if even the smallest detail had changed, he probably wouldn't have made it back home that day. And if he hadn't made it back, none of the generations that followed would have existed. His children wouldn't have been born, his grandchildren wouldn't have existed, and I wouldn't be here today, listening to this story and understanding just how fragile the chain of existence really is. When my great-grandfather told me this story, what struck me most wasn't just the immediate danger of the situation, although that was certainly frightening enough. What really got to me was the scope and scale of what was at stake in those few seconds. This wasn't just a close call for one small child in Missouri over a century ago. This was a moment when multiple futures hung in the balance. when the continuation of an entire family line depended on a horse running just fast enough and a mother reacting just quickly enough. I thought about all the moments in my great-grandfather's life that came after that day at the creek. He grew up, fell in love, got married, and had children. Those children grew up and had children of their own. The family tree branched out, creating new lives and new stories, each generation building on the foundation of those who came before. Every birthday celebration, every wedding, every quiet moment of happiness that occurred in my family's history only happened because of those few seconds when a horse outran a mountain lion. The story made me think about how many other close calls there must have been throughout history. Moments when our ancestors came within inches of death but somehow survived. Every single person alive today is the product of an unbroken chain of survival, stretching back thousands of generations. Every one of our ancestors had to live long enough to have children, and every one of those children had to survive long enough to continue the line. The odds against any particular person existing are astronomical when you really think about it. My great-grandfather carried the memory of that day with him for his entire life. He never forgot the sound of his mother's screams, the feeling of being yanked out of the water, or the sight of that mountain lion charging across the creek. It was one of his earliest and most vivid memories, the kind of experience that burns itself into your brain with perfect clarity because of the intensity of the emotions involved. Even when other childhood memories faded or became fuzzy around the edges, this one remained sharp and clear. I often wondered what went through his mother's mind in the days and weeks after that incident. She must have been shaken to her core by how close she came to losing her child. Every time she looked at him, she probably remembered that moment and felt a wave of relief and gratitude that they had made it home safely, and she probably never forgot to bring the rifle again after that day. Some lessons are learned the easy way, and some are learned when a mountain lion chases you across a creek. The story also made me appreciate the different kind of dangers that people faced in earlier times. We worry about car accidents and diseases today, and those are certainly real concerns, but most of us will never have to outrun a predator or defend ourselves against a wild animal. Life was harder in so many ways back then, more uncertain and more immediately dangerous. People had to be constantly aware of their surroundings and ready to react to threats that could appear without warning. When I think about that little boy playing in the creek, completely unaware of the danger stalking him from the trees, I feel a deep sense of gratitude for the grandmother I never met, the one who saw the mountain lion and reacted with such perfect timing and courage. She saved not just her son that day, but everyone who would come after him. She's part of my history, part of the reason I exist, and I'll never know her name or see her face or hear her voice. But I know she was brave and quick thinking when it mattered most, and that's enough. My great-grandfather lived a long life after that day at the creek. He survived childhood, which was no small feat in itself back in those times. He saw the world change in ways that must have seemed impossible when he was young. He went from a time of horses and rifles and mountain lions to a time of cars and airplanes and television. But through all those changes, through all the years and experiences that filled his life, he never forgot that afternoon when his mother's screams and a fast horse saved him from becoming a mountain lion's meal. And now, long after he's gone, the story lives on, a reminder of how precious and precarious life can be, and how much we owe to those moments of survival that make everything else possible. There are some tragedies that stay with a community forever, events so heartbreaking and senseless that they become part of the collective memory of everyone who lived through them. This is one of those stories, something that happened when I was in junior high school in my small hometown. An event that changed our entire community and left scars that never fully healed. Even now, years later, the memory of what happened to those 5 kids on that winter morning feels as raw and devastating as it did when we first heard the news. It was the middle of winter, that particular time of year when everything in our part of the world becomes dangerous and unpredictable. The snow had been falling for weeks, piling up on the sides of roads and covering everything in a blanket of white that might have been beautiful if it were not so treacherous. But it was not just the snow that made winter driving so hazardous. It was the ice that formed underneath, the black ice that you could not see until it was too late, the patches of frozen road that turned every journey into a gamble with fate. The roads in our area were slippery as hell during those months, and everyone who lived there knew it. Parents warned their kids to drive carefully, to take their time, to be extra cautious when the weather turned bad. But sometimes no amount of caution is enough. On this particular morning, 5 kids were driving together into town for school. They had probably made this same journey dozens of times before, following the same route through the outskirts of our small hometown, past the hills and fields and small bodies of water that dotted the landscape. There were 2 families represented in that car. One family had sent a brother and sister, 2 kids who were probably joking around or talking about their plans for the day, completely unaware that they were living their last moments. The other family was larger, with an oldest sister who was driving and her 2 younger brothers sitting in the back. The oldest girl had taken on the responsibility of getting everyone to school safely, a task that probably seemed routine and unremarkable at the time. The time was around 6:45 in the morning, still early enough that the sun might not have fully risen yet. That dim gray light of winter dawn when everything looks cold and distant. They were driving along a road that curved around a hill, the kind of turn that you would normally take without thinking twice about it. But on this morning, something went wrong. Maybe there was ice on the road that they did not see. Maybe they were going just a little too fast for the conditions. Maybe the car hit a patch of black ice at exactly the wrong angle. Whatever the cause, the result was catastrophic. The car began to skid. The oldest sister, sitting behind the wheel with the lives of 4 other children depending on her, probably felt the vehicle start to lose traction and realized with growing horror that she was no longer in control. She would have tried to correct the skid, would have done everything she had been taught to do in driver's education. But on ice like that, sometimes there is nothing you can do. The car slid sideways, spinning around the curve of the hill, and then it left the road entirely. What they slid into was a small lake, the kind of body of water that you might not even notice if you were not looking for it. From the surface, it probably did not look particularly threatening. It was only about 15 feet across, a modest little pond that seemed harmless enough. But beneath that deceptively small surface lay something truly terrifying. The lake dropped down to a depth of over 60 feet, plunging straight down into cold, dark water that was probably near freezing in the middle of winter. The car hit the water and immediately began to sink. This was not a slow, gradual descent that gave them time to react or plan or find a way out. Cars sink faster than most people realize, especially in deep water. The weight of the engine pulls the front end down, and the vehicle drops like a stone into the depths. Within seconds, they would have been completely submerged, the water pressing in around them from all sides, the light from the surface growing dimmer as they sank deeper and deeper into that 60-foot abyss. Inside the car, those 5 kids would have been plunged into absolute terror and chaos. The cold would have hit them immediately, that shocking, breath-stealing cold of winter water that makes your entire body seize up. The darkness would have been overwhelming, especially as they sank deeper and the murky water blocked out what little light there was. and the noise, the groaning and creaking of the car as the water pressure increased. The sound of water rushing in through any small gap or opening would have been deafening and disorienting. They were on the outskirts of town, far from any houses or businesses, in an area where cell phone service was non-existent even on a good day. Even if they had managed to pull out their phones in those first few seconds, even if they had somehow kept them dry and functional, there would have been no signal to call for help. And even if there had been a signal before they went into the water, once they were submerged, any hope of electronic communication would have been cut off completely. They were alone, trapped, sinking into freezing water with no way to call for help, and no one nearby who knew what had happened. The family was Mormon, deeply religious and devout in their faith. I believe they had their Bibles with them in the car, as many religious families do, keeping the Holy Book close as a source of comfort and guidance. As they sat there in that sinking vehicle, surrounded by rising water and growing darkness, did they turn to those Bibles? Did they pray together, seeking comfort in their faith as the end approached? Did the oldest sister try to lead them in prayer, trying to be strong for the younger ones, even as her own terror must have been overwhelming? The physics of their situation was brutally unforgiving. When a car is submerged in deep water, the pressure differential between the inside and outside of the vehicle becomes enormous. The water outside is pushing in with tremendous force, while the air trapped inside the car is at normal atmospheric pressure. This pressure difference makes it nearly impossible to open the doors or break the windows from the inside. You would need superhuman strength to overcome that pressure. Strength that a group of children ranging in age from 10 to 15 simply did not have. They would have tried, of course. They would have pushed against the doors with everything they had, would have pounded on the windows, would have searched desperately for any way out of their metal and glass prison. The oldest sister who had been driving would have been consumed with guilt and desperation, knowing that she was responsible for getting them to school safely, and that she had failed in the most catastrophic way possible. Can you imagine what was going through her mind? The weight of that responsibility, the knowledge that her friends and siblings were trapped because of a skid that she could not control. The desperate desire to save them combined with the helpless realization that there was nothing she could do. And the youngest ones, the 10-year-old boy, what did he understand about what was happening? At 10 years old, you are old enough to know what death is, old enough to be terrified of it, but maybe not old enough to fully grasp the finality of what was coming. Did he cry for his parents? Did he ask his older siblings if they were going to be okay? Did they try to comfort him, to shield him from the full horror of their situation, even as they were all facing the same fate? The waiting must have been the worst part. They did not die instantly. They had time to sit there in that car, in the cold and the dark, knowing that their time was running out. The air inside the vehicle would have been limited, and as they breathed, they would have been slowly using it up, replacing oxygen with carbon dioxide. They might have had minutes, possibly even close to an hour, depending on how much air was trapped inside the car and how deep they had sunk. Every minute would have felt like an eternity, each breath a reminder that the next one might be harder to take, that the air was getting thinner and their situation more desperate. What do you think about when you are facing certain death? When you are 10 or 12 or 15 years old and you realize that you are not going to see tomorrow, that you are not going to go to school or come home to your family or grow up or do any of the things you had planned for your future? Do you think about your parents, wishing you could tell them goodbye or that you love them? Do you think about all the things you are going to miss, all the experiences you will never have? Or does your mind shut down, unable to process the enormity of what is happening, retreating into some kind of shock or denial? At the funeral later, the grandfather of the younger boys shared a detail that has stayed with me all these years. When they finally recovered the bodies from the lake, when the divers went down into that 60-foot depth and found the car and brought those 5 kids back to the surface, the grandfather saw that the oldest boy had been holding his younger brother. In their final moments, when everything was lost and death was inevitable, that older brother had wrapped his arms around his younger sibling. Maybe he was trying to comfort him, to make him feel less afraid. Maybe he was just holding on to someone he loved, finding what small comfort he could in physical closeness. That image of those 2 brothers holding each other as they died is almost too painful to bear. The recovery effort was complicated and difficult. The lake, despite its small surface area, was deep and cold, and getting equipment to that remote location was not easy. By the time anyone even realized that the kids were missing, it was probably too late. The school would have called the parents when the children did not show up for class, asking if they were sick or if there had been some change of plans. The parents would have been confused, then concerned, then panicked as they realized that their children had left for school that morning and never arrived. Search parties would have been organized. People would have driven the route looking for any sign of the car, and eventually someone would have spotted the disturbed snow and ice at the edge of that small lake. Divers were called in, but getting down to 60 feet in freezing winter water is dangerous and difficult work. The visibility would have been terrible, the cold would have been dangerous even in diving suits, and the pressure at that depth requires special training and equipment. Even if the divers had arrived quickly, which they probably did not given the remote location and the time it took to realize where the car had gone, they would not have been able to save anyone. The kids had been down there too long, in water too cold, with too little air. By the time professional help arrived, it was a recovery operation, not a rescue. Our small town was devastated by the news. 5 kids, all at once, all from families that everyone knew, all students at our school. The grief was overwhelming and inescapable. You could not walk down the hall without seeing someone crying, could not sit in a classroom without feeling the absence of those empty desks. Teachers who were usually composed and professional broke down in front of their students, unable to maintain the facade of normalcy in the face of such tremendous loss. I had never seen so many people crying at once, had never experienced the kind of collective mourning that consumed our entire community. The parents of those 5 children had to face an unimaginable reality. They had sent their kids off to school that morning, probably told them to be careful on the icy roads, probably said they would see them later that afternoon, and then their children just never came home. They never got to say goodbye, never got a chance to tell them one more time that they loved them, never got any warning or preparation for the loss that was coming. One moment their children were alive and heading to school, and the next they were gone, drowned in a lake that nobody had ever really worried about before. The community responded in the way that small towns do when tragedy strikes. There was a memorial service that brought out what seemed like the entire town. People who had never even met the families came to pay their respects, to show support, to be part of the collective grieving process. The church was packed, people standing in the aisles and spilling out into the lobby, all there to mourn 5 young lives cut short by a terrible accident. After the funeral, the town took action to make sure that something like this could never happen again. They put up a huge railing around the lake, a physical barrier that would prevent any car from sliding into that deceptive little body of water. It was too late to save those 5 kids, but maybe it would save someone else in the future. The memorial is still there today, a permanent reminder of what was lost on that winter morning. People leave flowers sometimes, especially around the anniversaries, and the families visit to remember their children and siblings who died too young. For those of us who were in school with those kids, who sat in classes with them and knew them and saw them in the halls every day, The loss left a mark that never fully faded. We were at an age where death was supposed to be something distant and abstract, something that happened to old people or in movies, not something that could reach out and take 5 kids our own age in a single morning. It shattered our sense of safety and permanence, made us realize that life was fragile and uncertain and could end without warning. I still think about them sometimes, those 5 kids in that car at the bottom of the lake. I think about their final moments, about what they said to each other, about whether they were brave or terrified or both. I think about the oldest sister behind the wheel, carrying the weight of responsibility and guilt. I think about the 10-year-old boy, too young to die, held in his brother's arms as the end came. I think about how scared they must have been, how much they must have wanted to live, how desperately they must have hoped for rescue that never came. They deserved so much more than what they got. They deserved to grow up, to graduate from high school, to fall in love and have families and careers and long, full lives. They deserved to become adults, to make their own choices and their own mistakes, to experience all the joy and pain and complexity that life has to offer. But instead, they got a winter morning, a patch of ice, and a lake that was much deeper than it looked. They got fear and cold and darkness, and then nothing at all. Rest in peace to those 5 kids. Your town has not forgotten you. We never will. The memorial stands, the railing protects, and your story lives on as a reminder of how precious and fragile life truly is. You were taken too soon, in a way that was too terrible, and the world is lesser for your absence. I hope, in those final moments, you found some comfort in each other, some peace in your faith, some small measure of consolation in knowing that you were not alone. And I hope that wherever you are now, you have found the peace and safety that you deserved, but never got to experience on that cold winter morning when everything went wrong. One of my co-workers lives in a townhouse on the top floor, and for months, she had been hearing strange sounds coming from above her. It started as just an occasional rustling in her attic, the kind of noise that you could easily dismiss or convince yourself was nothing to worry about. Sometimes she heard it, sometimes she didn't, and when it was quiet for a few days, she would almost forget about it entirely. Maybe it was all in her head, she told herself. Maybe she was just imagining things because she lived alone and the house made her a little nervous at night. Or maybe it was rats, which would be unpleasant, but at least understandable and fixable. Either way, she paid it little attention for a long time, going about her daily life and trying not to think too much about the occasional noises from the space above her ceiling. Living alone in a townhouse can sometimes feel isolating, especially on the top floor where you don't have neighbors directly above you to account for the footsteps and bumps that are normal in multi-unit buildings. When you hear something and you know there shouldn't be anyone up there, it creates a strange feeling that's hard to describe. But my coworker, like most people, didn't want to overreact or seem paranoid. She didn't want to call in an exterminator or a contractor for what might turn out to be nothing at all. So she did what many of us would do in the same situation. She ignored it, rationalized it away, and hoped that whatever was causing the noise would eventually stop on its own. But the sounds didn't stop. In fact, as time went on, they seemed to become more frequent and more noticeable. What had started as occasional rustling evolved into sounds that were harder to ignore or explain away. Sometimes it sounded like something was being dragged across the floor of the attic. Sometimes there were bumps or thuds that seemed too heavy and too deliberate to be caused by a small animal. My coworker began to feel increasingly uneasy in her own home. That creeping sense of discomfort that comes when you suspect something is wrong but you can't quite put your finger on what it is. Still, she tried to maintain her composure and her rational thinking. Attics are weird spaces, she told herself. They settle and creak. The wood expands and contracts with temperature changes. Old houses make strange noises all the time, and there's usually a perfectly innocent explanation for all of it. She almost had herself convinced that everything was fine, that her imagination was just getting the better of her, that she was being silly for even worrying about it. Then one day, everything changed. The noise from the attic was louder than usual, much louder than it had ever been before. It wasn't just rustling or the occasional bump anymore. It was sustained movement, clear and unmistakable. The sound of something or someone moving around up there with purpose and weight. There was no way to rationalize this away, or pretend it was nothing. Whatever was in her attic was real, it was substantial, and it was active right at that very moment. My coworker finally decided that it was time to call in someone to take care of the problem. She couldn't ignore this anymore, couldn't keep pushing it to the back of her mind and hoping it would resolve itself. She needed professional help, whether that meant an exterminator for animals, or a contractor to check for structural issues, or whatever else might be required. But of course, before she called anyone and potentially spent money on a service she might not need, she needed to verify what the problem actually was. She needed to see for herself what was causing these noises that had been plaguing her for so long. The attic access in her townhouse was probably a simple pull-down ladder or a small hatch in the ceiling of a closet or hallway, the standard setup that you see in many homes. She grabbed a flashlight, positioned the ladder or step stool beneath the access point, and prepared herself to climb up and take a look. Her heart was probably racing at this point, that mixture of nervousness and determination that comes when you're about to confront something that has been scaring you. Part of her probably still hoped that she would climb up there and find nothing more threatening than a family of raccoons or some squirrels that had found their way inside. But when she reached the attic opening, something made her hesitate. Maybe it was instinct, maybe it was fear, or maybe it was just common sense telling her that sticking her head up into a dark attic where unknown things were moving around might not be the safest approach. Instead of climbing all the way up and looking directly into the attic space with her own eyes, she made a different choice. She decided to use her phone camera to investigate first, holding it up through the opening and snapping a photo to see what the image would reveal. This decision to take a photo instead of looking directly may have saved her from a traumatic and dangerous direct confrontation with what was actually living above her. She held her phone up into the darkness of the attic, pointed the camera in the direction where she thought the noises had been coming from, and took a picture. Then she pulled her phone back down, her hands probably shaking slightly, and looked at the image on her screen to see what her camera had captured. What she saw in that photo still haunts me, and I wasn't even the one who took it or experienced it firsthand. The image revealed something that transformed this from a simple mystery about attic noises into one of the most terrifying scenarios imaginable. There, in the darkness of her attic, visible in the harsh light of the camera flash, was a person. A man had been living in her attic, not just visiting occasionally, but actually living there, setting up some kind of existence in the cramped space above her ceiling. This wasn't an animal or a structural problem or her imagination. This was a human being who had been hiding in her home without her knowledge or consent, listening to her life happening below him, existing in secret just feet above where she slept and ate and lived her daily life. The photo must have been absolutely chilling to look at. The image of another person's face or body suddenly appearing in a space where you expected to find nothing more than insulation and boxes and dust. The realization hitting her all at once that every time she had heard those noises, every time she had felt uneasy or wondered what was making those sounds, There had been an actual person up there, someone who had been watching and listening and waiting, someone who had turned her private space into his secret dwelling place. My co-worker's reaction to seeing this photo must have been pure terror, the kind of fear that makes your blood run cold and your mind race with horrible implications. How long had he been there? How did he get in? What had he been doing all this time? Had he been watching her through cracks in the ceiling or vents? Had he come down into her living space when she was out or asleep? The questions must have flooded her mind, each one more disturbing than the last, as she tried to process what she had just discovered. She immediately called the police, of course. This was far beyond anything she could handle on her own. This was a home invasion of the most insidious kind, a violation of her safety and privacy that had been ongoing for who knows how long. The cops came quickly, treating this as the serious emergency that it was. They surrounded the townhouse, made contact with the man in the attic, and eventually arrested him, pulling him out of his hiding place and into custody. As the investigation unfolded, even more disturbing details came to light. It turned out that this wasn't an isolated incident or a one-time occurrence. This man had apparently done this before, multiple times in fact. He had been living in attics around the neighborhood, moving from one house to another, finding ways to access these hidden spaces and setting up temporary homes where he could exist undetected. He had developed a whole system for this lifestyle, figuring out which townhouses had accessible attics, how to get in without being noticed, and how to live quietly enough that the residents below wouldn't realize he was there. The thought that this had been happening to multiple people in the same neighborhood is almost as frightening as the original discovery. How many other families had heard strange noises and dismissed them? How many other people had been living their lives with a stranger secretly residing in their attic, just as my co-worker had? The man must have been incredibly careful and methodical to pull this off repeatedly, learning the rhythms of each household, knowing when to stay quiet and when he could move around, surviving in these cramped spaces without being detected for extended periods. The arrest brought some measure of relief and closure, but it also raised so many questions about safety and security that are difficult to answer. How do you protect yourself from something like this? How do you secure a space like an attic that you rarely check, and that might have access points you're not even aware of? My co-worker had been doing everything that a reasonable person would do, living her life normally and responsibly, and yet this violation had still occurred. It wasn't her fault that someone had chosen to invade her home in this way, but the experience has undoubtedly changed how she feels about her living space and her sense of safety. I think about this story often, more often than I would like to admit. The photo that my co-worker took that day, the image of that man in her attic, represents a kind of fear that most of us prefer not to think about. We like to believe that our homes are safe spaces, places where we have control and privacy, where we can let our guard down and just exist without worry. But this story reminds us that sometimes the walls and ceilings that we think are protecting us might be hiding threats that we never imagined. The psychological impact of discovering that someone has been living in your home without your knowledge must be enormous and long-lasting. Every creak and rustle in the house would take on new meaning. Every moment alone would carry a shadow of doubt and fear. The simple act of going to sleep at night, of closing your eyes in your own bed, would become fraught with anxiety about what might be happening in spaces you cannot see. My co-worker has shown remarkable strength in dealing with this experience, but I'm sure it has left scars that will take a long time to heal. For the rest of us who heard this story, it has changed how we think about our own homes and our own security. We find ourselves listening more carefully to the sounds our houses make, wondering if that bump or rustle might be something more than just the building settling. We think about checking our attics, our crawl spaces, our basements, all those areas of our homes that we typically ignore or avoid because they're uncomfortable or inconvenient to access. The story has planted a seed of awareness that can sometimes feel like paranoia, but might also be a healthy dose of caution. The neighborhood where this happened has probably never been quite the same since the arrest. Everyone who lives there now knows that this man was moving between houses, living in attics, and they must wonder if their own home was one of his targets. They must look at their neighbors differently, wondering if anyone else experienced strange noises that they dismissed or ignored. The sense of violation extends beyond just my co-worker's individual experience to affect the entire community's feeling of safety and trust. I wonder sometimes about the man himself. What drove him to live this way? What circumstances or choices led him to become someone who hides in other people's attics? Was he homeless and desperate for shelter? Did he have mental health issues that prevented him from seeking help through normal channels? Was there something darker and more sinister motivating his behavior? I don't know the answers to these questions. And in some ways, the answers don't really matter. Whatever his reasons or circumstances, what he did was a serious crime and a profound violation of the people whose homes he invaded. The legal consequences for this man were presumably severe. Breaking into multiple homes and living in them without permission, even if he wasn't stealing or causing obvious damage, is still criminal trespass and burglary. The fact that he did it repeatedly in multiple locations would likely result in multiple charges and a significant sentence. But beyond the legal punishment, I hope he also gets whatever help or intervention he needs to address whatever issues led him to this behavior in the first place. For my co-worker, life has gradually returned to something resembling normal, though I'm sure normal means something different now than it did before. She has probably taken additional security measures, maybe installed better locks, or added cameras, or made modifications to prevent unauthorized access to her attic. She has probably also worked on processing the emotional trauma of the experience, possibly with the help of a therapist or counselor who specializes in helping people recover from this kind of violation. The story serves as a reminder that we should trust our instincts when something feels wrong. My coworker heard those noises for months before she finally investigated, dismissing them as probably nothing important. In hindsight, those instincts that told her something was off were absolutely correct, and acting on them sooner might have led to an earlier discovery. But it's also understandable why she waited, because we all tend to look for rational, non-threatening explanations for things that make us uncomfortable. Nobody wants to believe that their worst fears might be real. The photo itself, the actual image that revealed the man in the attic, is something that I'm glad I never had to see, but that I can't stop thinking about. My coworker has described it to some of us at work, and just hearing about it secondhand is enough to send chills down my spine. I imagine the stark contrast between the dark attic and the bright camera flash, the sudden appearance of a human figure where none should be, the expression on the man's face when he realized he had been discovered. It must be an image that will stay with her forever, one of those mental photographs that you can never quite erase no matter how much time passes. This experience has changed how I think about the sounds in my own home, how I respond to things that seem unusual or out of place. I find myself being more vigilant, more willing to investigate, rather than dismiss, more aware that the explanations we tell ourselves to feel safe might not always be accurate. It's a difficult balance between reasonable caution and unhealthy paranoia, and I'm still trying to figure out where that line should be drawn. The fact that this happened to someone I know personally, someone I see at work and talk to regularly, makes it feel more real and more frightening than if I had just read about it in the news or heard about it happening to a stranger. My co-worker is a normal person, living a normal life in what seemed like a normal townhouse, and if it could happen to her, it could happen to anyone. That's the thought that keeps this story alive in my mind, the awareness that safety and security are sometimes more fragile than we like to believe. Looking back on the whole experience, from the first ignored rustling sounds to the terrifying photo to the eventual arrest, it reads like something from a horror movie, but it's not fiction or entertainment. It's a real thing that happened to a real person, and the fear and violation she experienced were absolutely genuine. The man in her attic was not a ghost or a monster from a scary story. He was a real human being who made choices that put her safety and well-being at risk, and the consequences of those choices will affect both of them for a long time to come. The photo still haunts me, even though I never saw it myself. Just knowing it exists, knowing what it captured, is enough to make me uneasy. It represents a moment of discovery that changed everything, a single image that revealed a truth so disturbing that it's hard to fully process. And somewhere out there, that photo probably still exists on my coworker's phone or backed up in her cloud storage. A permanent reminder of the day she learned that the noises in her attic were not rats or her imagination, but something far worse than she could have ever imagined. Around 2 months ago, there was a story in Connecticut, and in the same town that I live in, about a woman who had gone missing. The news hit our community like a thunderbolt, sending shockwaves through every neighborhood and every household. A full investigation went out looking for her, with police officers, volunteers, and concerned citizens all searching desperately for any sign of what might have happened. This was a small town, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone else, where serious crimes are the stuff of television shows and big city newspapers, not something that happens on your own street to someone you might recognize from the grocery store or the local coffee shop. Things like this almost never happen here, which is precisely why it took everyone by shock. The woman's name was Jennifer Dulos, and she had simply vanished without a trace. One day she was there, going about her normal life, taking care of her responsibilities, and the next day she was just gone. No goodbye, no explanation, no indication of where she might have gone or what might have happened to her. When someone disappears like that, especially in a small town where people do not just pick up and leave without telling anyone, it creates an atmosphere of fear and uncertainty that hangs over everything like a dark cloud. In the early days of the investigation, the police were following every possible lead, checking with friends and family members, trying to piece together Jennifer's last known movements and figure out what could have happened to her. But as the hours turned into days and there was still no sign of her, the focus of the investigation began to shift. The authorities started to look more closely at the people in Jennifer's life, particularly those who might have had some kind of conflict or disagreement with her. And one name kept coming up over and over again in their inquiries. Someone who had a complicated and contentious relationship with the missing woman. That person was her ex-husband. Jennifer and her ex-husband had gotten a divorce a few years earlier, ending a marriage that had clearly become troubled and unsustainable. Divorce is always difficult, always messy in one way or another, but their separation had been particularly bitter and drawn out. They were still fighting for custody over their kids, locked in a legal battle that seemed to have no end in sight. Child custody disputes can bring out the worst in people, turning former partners into enemies, creating resentment and anger that can fester and grow over time. Money, time with the children, control over decisions about their upbringing. All of these issues become battlegrounds where every conversation is a negotiation, and every disagreement feels like a war. The fact that they were still fighting over custody years after the divorce meant that Jennifer and her ex-husband were forced to remain in each other's lives, whether they wanted to or not. They could not simply go their separate ways and never speak again, as some divorced couples are able to do. They had to coordinate schedules, make arrangements for the children, communicate about school and activities and health issues. Every interaction was an opportunity for old wounds to be reopened, for new conflicts to emerge, for the bitterness between them to deepen. As the police began to focus more attention on the ex-husband, they decided to search Jennifer's house for any evidence that might help them understand what had happened to her. What they found there was deeply disturbing and immediately elevated this from a missing person case to something far more sinister. In the garage of Jennifer's own home, the investigators discovered bloodstains. Not just a small spot that might have come from a minor injury or accident, but enough blood to suggest that something violent had occurred in that space. The presence of blood in the garage transformed the entire nature of the investigation and made it clear that they were likely dealing with foul play rather than a voluntary disappearance. Blood evidence is one of the most powerful tools that investigators have when trying to solve a crime. It can tell them where violence occurred, how severe the injuries might have been, and whose DNA was present at the scene. The bloodstains in Jennifer's garage suggested that she had been hurt there, possibly very seriously, and that whoever had hurt her had then removed her from the premises. This discovery made the ex-husband an even more important person of interest in the case, and the police began working even harder to track him down and question him about what he might know. When they finally caught up with the husband, the investigation took another dark turn. The police had obtained surveillance footage from various locations around Hartford, Connecticut, and what they saw on those videos was extremely incriminating. The footage showed the ex-husband along with his current girlfriend, and they were engaged in some very suspicious behavior. The videos captured them making multiple trips to dumpsters scattered around Hartford, and in each instance, they were disposing of what appeared to be loads of garbage bags. This might not seem particularly unusual on its own. People throw away garbage all the time, but the timing and the circumstances made it seem far more sinister. The fact that the ex-husband was disposing of large quantities of garbage bags right around the time that his ex-wife had disappeared was not a coincidence that the investigators could ignore. What were in those bags? Why was he driving all the way to Hartford to throw them away instead of using his own trash service? Why was his girlfriend helping him with this task? These were questions that demanded answers, and the answers that seemed most likely were the ones that nobody wanted to consider, but that everyone was thinking. But the dumpster runs were not the only suspicious activity that came to light. The investigation also revealed that the ex-husband had gone to an incinerator with garbage bags as well. An incinerator is a facility designed to burn waste at extremely high temperatures, reducing it to ash and making it virtually impossible to recover or identify whatever was burned. If you wanted to destroy evidence to make sure that something could never be found or analyzed or traced back to you, an incinerator would be one of the most effective ways to do it. The ex-husband owned a construction company, which gave him access to industrial waste disposal facilities that regular people would not normally use. Construction sites generate a lot of debris and garbage, materials that need to be disposed of properly. So it would not be unusual for someone in his line of work to visit an incinerator or use commercial dumpsters. The people working at these facilities probably did not ask any questions about what they were putting into the incinerator because they had no reason to be suspicious. They would have assumed that these were just normal work-related materials being disposed of in the usual way. But in the context of a missing person investigation, with blood found in the victim's garage and surveillance footage showing suspicious disposal activity. The trips to the incinerator took on a much darker significance. What had been in those garbage bags that he was so determined to destroy? Was he trying to eliminate evidence that could link him to Jennifer's disappearance? The timing of everything, the secretive nature of the disposal, and the extreme measures taken to destroy whatever he was getting rid of all pointed towards someone who had something very serious to hide. The investigation continued to build its case, and recently there was another significant development. Authorities searching through the dumpsters where the ex-husband and his girlfriend had been seen disposing of garbage bags managed to recover some items that had not yet been picked up or destroyed. Among the items they found were some of Jennifer's bloodied clothes. This was perhaps the most damning piece of evidence yet. Physical proof that connected Jennifer to the garbage disposal activity that the ex-husband had been engaged in. Her clothes stained with her own blood, thrown away in dumpsters around Hartford like they were worthless trash. Finding Jennifer's bloodied clothing raised horrifying questions about what had happened to the rest of her. If her clothes were in those dumpsters, discarded and destroyed, what about Jennifer herself? Had she met the same fate, been disposed of in the same callous and brutal way? The discovery of the clothes made it increasingly difficult to hold out any hope that Jennifer might still be alive somewhere, that this might somehow have a happy ending where she would be found safe and returned to her children. The investigation is still going on, with detectives and forensic specialists working tirelessly to gather every piece of evidence they can find to build the strongest possible case against the ex-husband. But despite all the suspicious circumstances, despite the blood in the garage and the surveillance footage and the bloodied clothes in the dumpster, we have not yet been able to prove the man guilty in a court of law. The American justice system requires proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and while the evidence certainly seems to point in one direction, building a case that can secure a conviction is a complex and careful process. Without a body, murder cases become much more difficult to prosecute. Prosecutors have to prove that the victim is actually dead, which is harder to do when you cannot point to physical remains. They have to prove exactly how the person died, who killed them, and what the circumstances were. Defense attorneys can create reasonable doubt by suggesting alternative explanations, by questioning the chain of evidence, by arguing that perhaps the person is not actually dead at all, but has simply chosen to disappear. It is a high bar to clear, and that is intentional, designed to protect innocent people from being wrongly convicted. For the people in our small town, watching this investigation unfold has been a surreal and disturbing experience. We drive past Jennifer's house and wonder what happened in that garage. We see news trucks and reporters gathering information for their stories. We talk to our neighbors about the latest developments, sharing theories and fears and hoping for some kind of resolution that will help us make sense of this tragedy. Some people knew Jennifer personally, had interactions with her at school events or community gatherings, and for them, the loss is even more personal and painful. The children that Jennifer and her ex-husband were fighting over are perhaps the greatest victims in all of this. They have lost their mother, disappeared under circumstances that no child should ever have to try to understand. They are caught in the middle of a nightmare, with their father under investigation for possibly killing their mother, facing the possibility of growing up without either parent in their lives. What do you tell children in a situation like this? How do you help them process grief and trauma and confusion on this scale? There are no good answers, no way to make this okay or to shield them from the pain of what has happened to their family. If you want to find the full story, you can search up Jennifer Dulos and you will find extensive coverage of the case. News outlets have been following every development. Legal experts have been analyzing the evidence and discussing the challenges of prosecuting a case like this. and the community has been holding vigils and fundraisers to support Jennifer's children and to keep attention focused on finding justice for her. The story has captured national attention because it has all the elements that make people pay attention: a bitter divorce, a custody battle, a mysterious disappearance, suspicious behavior, and a community searching for answers. But behind all the media coverage and the legal proceedings and the investigation updates, there is a human tragedy at the center of this story. Jennifer Dulos was a real person with a real life. She was a mother who loved her children and wanted to protect them and raise them well. She was a daughter, a sister, a friend to people who cared about her and who are now grieving her loss. She had hopes and dreams and plans for her future, all of which were taken from her, apparently by someone who had once promised to love and cherish her. The fact that this happened in our small town, in a place where we all believed we were safe from this kind of violence, has shaken our sense of security. We lock our doors more carefully now, pay more attention to our surroundings, think twice about people we thought we knew. The illusion that terrible things only happen in other places, to other people, has been shattered, and we are left trying to rebuild our sense of normalcy, while knowing that nothing will ever quite feel the same again. As the investigation continues, we wait for justice. We wait for the legal system to do its work, for the evidence to be analyzed and presented, for a jury to hear the case and make their determination. We wait for some kind of closure, some definitive answer about what happened to Jennifer Dulos on the day she disappeared. And we remember her, not just as the victim in a sensational true crime case, but as a person who mattered, who was loved, who deserved so much better than whatever fate befell her in that garage. The case serves as a grim reminder of how dangerous domestic situations can become, how custody battles and divorce proceedings can sometimes escalate into violence. It reminds us that the most dangerous time for someone in an abusive or contentious relationship is often when they try to leave or assert their independence. Jennifer had already divorced her ex-husband, had already taken the step of separating her life from his, but she could not fully escape because they shared children, and that connection may have been what ultimately led to her death. Our small town will carry the memory of Jennifer Dulos for a long time. Her story will be told and retold, a cautionary tale and a tragedy that touched our community in ways we never expected. We will continue to watch the legal proceedings, to hope for justice, and to remember a woman whose life was cut short, whose children were left without their mother, and whose disappearance reminded us all that evil can appear anywhere, even in the safest and quietest of places. The blood in the garage, the garbage bags in the dumpsters, the bloodied clothes, all of these pieces of evidence paint a picture of something terrible, and we can only hope that the truth will fully emerge and that those responsible will be held accountable for what they have done. Sorry to interrupt. If you're new here, I'd appreciate it if you subscribe to Shadow Archives for daily true horror content that will... In the wealthy neighborhoods of São Paulo, Brazil, there lived a family that seemed to have everything. They had money, status, a beautiful mansion, and a daughter who appeared to be living the kind of privileged life that most people could only dream about. But beneath the surface of this seemingly perfect existence, a darkness was growing that would eventually lead to one of the most shocking and disturbing crimes in Brazilian history. This is a story about love twisted into obsession, about parental control taken to extremes, and about a young woman who made a choice so terrible that it would haunt an entire nation for years to come. Susanne von Richthofen came from a family that carried a name with weight and history. The von Richthofen name itself carried echoes of European aristocracy, and her family had built a comfortable life, in one of Sao Paulo's more exclusive areas. Her father Manfred and her mother Mauricia had worked hard to provide their daughter with every advantage they could offer. They lived in a mansion that spoke of their success, the kind of home that represented years of effort and achievement. They wanted the best for their daughter, as most parents do, and they had specific ideas about what that best should look like. Suzanne grew up in this environment of privilege and expectation. She had access to good schools, nice things, and all the opportunities that money could provide. But along with these advantages came pressure and control. Her parents, like many well-off parents, had clear visions of who their daughter should become and what kind of life she should lead. They had expectations about her education, her future career, and certainly about the kind of person she should date and eventually marry. In their minds, they were protecting their daughter and guiding her toward a successful future. Then, in 1999, Suzanne met someone who would change the course of her life and the lives of everyone around her. His name was Daniel Cravinhos, and he was not the kind of boy that Manfred and Mauricia had envisioned for their daughter. Daniel came from a different social class, a different background, and he represented everything that Suzanne's parents had worked to keep at a distance from their carefully constructed world. But Suzanne was young, and like many young people who are told they cannot have something, she wanted it even more intensely because it was forbidden. The relationship between Suzanne and Daniel developed despite her parents' disapproval. In fact, their disapproval seemed to make the relationship stronger rather than weaker. This is a pattern that plays out in families across the world, across cultures and economic classes. When parents push too hard against a relationship, they sometimes push their children directly into the arms of the very person they are trying to keep them away from. The forbidden becomes irresistible, and what might have been a passing teenage romance can transform into something much more intense and serious. Suzanne's parents did not simply disapprove of Daniel quietly or express mild concerns. They actively prohibited the relationship. They forbade Suzanne from seeing him, tried to control her movements and her time, and made it clear that Daniel was absolutely unacceptable as a boyfriend for their daughter. They believed they were doing the right thing, protecting their daughter from what they saw as a bad choice that could derail her future. They could not have known that their prohibition would set in motion a chain of events that would end in the most horrific way possible. For Suzanne, caught between her parents' demands and her feelings for Daniel, the pressure must have been enormous. She was living in a mansion with parents who controlled her life, who had the power to dictate her choices and limit her freedom. Many young people in similar situations find ways to compromise, to wait until they are older and more independent, or eventually to move on from the relationship. But Suzanne and Daniel took a different path, one that is almost incomprehensible in its darkness and brutality. Somewhere in the midst of this conflict between parental control and young love, an idea took root. It is difficult to know exactly when or how it started, whose mind first conceived of it, or how the conversation unfolded. But Suzanne and Daniel began to plan something that went far beyond simple rebellion or running away together. They began to plan murder. They decided that the solution to their problem was to kill Suzanne's parents, Manfred and Mauricia, so that they could be together without interference, and so that Suzanne could inherit her family's wealth and property. This was not a crime of passion or a moment of rage that spiraled out of control. This was calculated and planned. They brought Daniel's brother into the conspiracy, creating a small circle of people who were all committed to carrying out this terrible act. They talked about it, planned the details, and prepared themselves mentally for what they were going to do. At any point during this planning phase, any one of them could have stepped back, could have recognized the enormity of what they were contemplating and chosen a different path. But they did not. The date they chose was October 31st, 2002, Halloween night, a time when many people around the world are celebrating with costumes and candy, thinking about ghosts and monsters as entertainment rather than reality. But in the von Richthofen mansion in Sao Paulo, something truly monstrous was about to unfold. Manfred and Mauricia had no idea that this would be their last night alive, that the daughter they had raised and protected and tried to guide was about to betray them in the most final and terrible way possible. Suzanne was the one who opened the door. This detail is particularly chilling because it underscores her active participation in what was about to happen. She was not a passive victim or an unwilling participant. She was the one who let the killers into her home, knowing exactly what they had come to do. She opened that door to Daniel and his brother, and in doing so, she opened the door to an act of violence that would destroy multiple lives and families. The Cravinhos brothers entered the mansion and made their way to where Manfred and Mauricia were sleeping. The method they chose was brutal and personal. They used hammers to beat Suzanne's parents to death, striking them repeatedly in the head. This was not a quick or clean killing. It was violent and savage, the kind of murder that requires sustained physical effort and a complete absence of mercy or empathy. Manfred and Mauricia must have woken up in those final moments, must have realized what was happening, must have felt the terror and betrayal of being attacked in their own home. The hammering went on until both parents were dead. The scene left behind was one of tremendous violence, the kind of crime scene that homicide investigators never forget, no matter how many years they spend on the job. Blood, broken bones, and the shattered remains of two lives that had been building toward the future, making plans, trying to do what they thought was best for their daughter. They died in their own home, in their own bed, killed by people who had been welcomed into their lives. In the immediate aftermath of the murders, Suzanne and the Cravinhos brothers attempted to make it look like a robbery or a random crime. This is a common strategy among killers who are close to their victims. They tried to create the appearance that strangers had broken in and committed the crime, hoping that investigators would look elsewhere for suspects. But these kinds of staged crime scenes rarely fool experienced detectives for long. There are always inconsistencies, always details that do not quite add up. The investigation moved quickly, and it did not take long for suspicion to fall on Suzanne and Daniel. The evidence began to pile up, and the staged elements of the crime scene became apparent to the investigators. Family members of the victims, friends, and neighbors started to share information about the troubled relationship between Suzanne and her parents, about the forbidden boyfriend, about the conflicts and tensions that had been building in the household. The web of lies that the killers had constructed began to unravel. All three of them were arrested and charged with the murders of Manfred and Mauricia von Richthofen. The arrests made headlines across Brazil and eventually around the world. This was not just another crime story. This was a case that touched on universal themes of family conflict, parental control, teenage rebellion, and the question of how far someone might go when they feel trapped by their circumstances. People were horrified and fascinated in equal measure, struggling to understand how a daughter could participate in the murder of her own parents. The trial became a media sensation in Brazil. Suzanne von Richthofen, young and from a wealthy family, became the focus of intense public scrutiny and debate. Some people saw her as a monster, a cold-blooded killer who had orchestrated the murder of the two people who had given her life and raised her. Others saw her as a victim of excessive parental control, a young woman who had been pushed to a breaking point by parents who would not allow her to live her own life. The truth, as it often does, probably lay somewhere in the complex middle ground between these extremes. The evidence presented at trial was damning. The prosecution laid out the timeline of the planning, the execution of the crime and the attempted cover-up. They showed that this was not an impulsive act, but a calculated murder carried out for financial gain and personal freedom. The defense tried various strategies, attempting to mitigate Suzanne's responsibility or to paint a picture of a young woman who had been manipulated or coerced. But the facts remained stubborn and clear. Daniel Cravinhos and his brother were also tried and convicted for their roles in the murders. All three received lengthy prison sentences. The Brazilian justice system, confronted with a crime that had shocked the nation, handed down punishments that reflected the severity and premeditated nature of what had been done. These were not lenient sentences or slaps on the wrist. These were serious prison terms that would keep the convicted killers behind bars for many years. But the story does not end with the convictions and the prison sentences. The Brazilian legal system has provisions for certain types of temporary release for prisoners, depending on their behavior, the nature of their crimes, and how long they have served. In a detail that strikes many people as particularly twisted and ironic, Suzanne von Richthofen is released from prison for 2 specific days each year. Those days are Mother's Day and Father's Day. The symbolism of this arrangement is almost too heavy to process. The young woman who participated in the murder of her own mother and father is allowed to leave prison on the 2 days of the year that are specifically designated to honor parents. She killed Manfred and Maricia, ended their lives in the most brutal way imaginable. And yet she gets these brief tastes of freedom on days that celebrate the very relationship she destroyed. Some people see this as a cruel irony, others as an appropriate reminder of what she has done, and still others as simply a quirk of the legal system that was never designed with a case like this in mind. These temporary releases are not permanent freedom, of course. Suzanne must return to prison after each brief furlough. She is still serving her sentence, still paying the price that society has determined she owes for her crime. But these days outside the prison walls allow her a glimpse of the world she might have had if she had made different choices, if she had found another way to deal with her parents' control and her desire to be with Daniel. The case of Suzanne von Richthofen continues to resonate in Brazil and beyond. It has been the subject of documentaries, books, and countless articles and discussions. People remain fascinated by the question of how someone could do what Suzanne did. Was she inherently evil, a psychopath without empathy or conscience? Was she a victim of her circumstances, pushed beyond her limits by controlling parents? Was she manipulated by Daniel and his brother? Or was she simply a young person who made a catastrophically bad decision and then followed through on it in the worst possible way? The victims in this story, Manfred and Maricia, are sometimes forgotten in all the discussion about Suzanne and her motives and her psychology. But they were real people with their own hopes and dreams and fears. They were parents who loved their daughter, even if their way of showing that love involved control and restriction. They wanted what they thought was best for her, even if their vision of what was best did not align with what she wanted for herself. They did not deserve to die, certainly not in the way they died, beaten to death in their own home by people they had welcomed into their lives. The extended family members who lost Manfred and Maricia also carry the weight of this tragedy. They lost loved ones to violence, and they lost them at the hands of someone who should have loved and protected them. Every Mother's Day and Father's Day, while Suzanne is granted her temporary release, these family members must confront the fact that the person who killed their relatives is walking free, if only for a day. The pain and the anger and the grief do not disappear just because time passes or because a legal sentence is being served. For Daniel Cravinhos and his brother, the consequences of that October night in 2002 have also been severe and lasting. They took hammers and murdered 2 people for money, and to help Daniel maintain his relationship with Suzanne. Whatever future they might have imagined for themselves was destroyed by that choice. They will spend years, possibly decades, behind bars, and even when they are eventually released, they will carry the label of murderer for the rest of their lives. The case raises uncomfortable questions about parental authority and control. Should Manfred and Mauricia have been less restrictive with their daughter? Would a lighter touch have prevented the tragedy? Or would Suzanne and Daniel have found another reason to justify their terrible plan? There is no way to know, and it is dangerous to blame the victims for their own deaths. Many parents set boundaries and prohibit relationships they see as harmful, and their children do not respond by planning murder. The responsibility for what happened lies with those who chose violence, not with those who tried to guide and protect. At the same time, the case serves as a reminder of the complex dynamics that exist within families, especially between parents and teenage or young adult children. The struggle for independence, the conflict between parental wisdom and youthful desire, the question of how much control is appropriate and when control becomes counterproductive, are all issues that families navigate every day. Most families find ways through these challenges without anyone getting hurt. But in rare and terrible cases like this one, the conflicts escalate to a point where tragedy becomes inevitable. Today, more than 2 decades after that Halloween night in 2002, Suzanne von Richthofen remains in prison, living with what she has done. She has had years to think about her choices, to reflect on the moment when she opened that door and set in motion events that could not be undone. She has had to face the reality of who she became and what she is capable of. Whether she feels genuine remorse or whether she has found ways to justify her actions to herself is something that only she truly knows. The mansion where Manfred and Mauricia died stands as a reminder of what was lost: their wealth and their property. The things that Suzanne wanted to inherit became tainted by the violence that secured them. No amount of money or property or freedom from parental control could ever be worth what was sacrificed to obtain it. 2 lives were ended, multiple other lives were destroyed or forever altered, and a family was shattered beyond repair. And twice a year, on Mother's Day and Father's Day, the young woman who made it all happen walks out of prison for a few hours, a living reminder of how dark the human heart can become when love and hate and desire all twist together into something monstrous. My cousin went missing in 1980, and the pain of that loss has never really gone away for our family. He just never came home one day, vanishing from our lives in a way that left nothing but questions and heartbreak in his wake. One moment he was there, a living, breathing person with a future ahead of him, and the next he was simply gone, leaving behind a void that 4 decades have done nothing to fill. The circumstances surrounding his disappearance were troubling from the very beginning, filled with inconsistencies and unanswered questions that have haunted our family ever since. The last people who saw my cousin alive were the police. They had some kind of interaction with him that day, the details of which have always been somewhat unclear to us, and then they dropped him off about a mile from his home. Just 1 mile. A distance that should have been easy enough to walk, a short journey that should have brought him safely back to his family, but he never made it. Somewhere in that final mile, something happened that changed everything, and my cousin disappeared without a trace. The fact that the police were the last ones to see him has always seemed suspicious to our family. Why did they drop him off a mile away instead of taking him all the way home? What had happened during their encounter with him? Were there details they weren't sharing or procedures they hadn't followed properly? These questions have lingered for decades, creating a shadow of doubt and suspicion that has never quite been dispelled. In the immediate aftermath of his disappearance, The family did everything they could think of to find him. They reported him missing to the authorities, organized search parties, put up flyers with his picture and description, contacted hospitals and shelters, and followed up on every possible lead, no matter how small or unlikely it seemed. They drove the route between where he had been dropped off and where he should have gone home, looking for any sign of what might have happened to him. They talked to neighbors and friends, trying to piece together a timeline and find someone who might have seen something that could help explain where he had gone. But there was nothing. No witnesses came forward with useful information. No physical evidence turned up to indicate what had happened or where he might be. He had simply vanished into thin air, leaving behind a family desperate for answers and a community shocked by the mysterious disappearance of one of their own. Days turned into weeks, weeks turned into months, and still there was no sign of my cousin. The active search efforts eventually had to slow down as resources ran out and other cases demanded attention. But the family never stopped looking, never stopped hoping that somehow they would find out what had happened to him. Then, sometime later, the case took an even darker and more disturbing turn. A serial killer who was already in prison for other crimes came forward and claimed that he had killed my cousin. This was not a confession that came with remorse or a desire to help the family find closure. This was something much more cruel and calculated. The serial killer said that he had murdered my cousin and buried him in a shallow grave somewhere, but he refused to provide specific details about the location. He was playing a sick game, dangling the possibility of answers in front of a grieving family while holding back the information that could actually help them. What made this situation even more horrific was that the killer began sending letters to my aunt, my cousin's mother, from prison. These were not letters of apology or explanation. They were letters designed to torment and traumatize her, filled with awful details about how he had supposedly killed her son. He would write about the murder, describing things that only someone who had actually done it would know. Or at least, that's what he wanted her to believe. Maybe some of what he wrote was true. Maybe it was all lies designed to hurt her. Or maybe it was some twisted mixture of both. There was no way to know for certain without finding my cousin's body and confirming the killer's story. My aunt had to endure reading these letters, these cruel communications from a man who claimed to have taken her son's life and who seemed to take pleasure in her suffering. Imagine being a mother who has lost a child under mysterious circumstances, who has spent years not knowing what happened or where your child is, and then receiving letters from someone who says they killed him but won't tell you where to find the body. The psychological torture of this situation is almost impossible to comprehend. Every letter was a fresh wound, a new reminder of loss and helplessness, a continuation of the nightmare that had begun the day my cousin disappeared. The serial killer had specific demands that he wanted met in exchange for revealing the location of my cousin's burial site. He wanted cigarettes from the warden, a simple request that might seem almost absurd given the gravity of what he claimed to know. But this was about power and control for him, about having something that other people wanted and being able to manipulate the situation to his advantage. He was in prison, already serving time for his crimes, with very little ability to control his own life or circumstances. The information about my cousin's location was one of the few cards he had to play, and he was going to use it to get whatever small concessions he could extract from the system. The authorities and the family were caught in an impossible situation. Do you negotiate with a serial killer to get information that might help find a missing person's remains? Do you give him what he wants, even though it feels like rewarding someone for their terrible actions? Or do you refuse to play his game, knowing that doing so might mean never finding out what really happened? There are no good answers to these questions. no choice that doesn't feel wrong in some fundamental way. The family wanted closure, wanted to be able to bury my cousin properly and have a place where they could go to mourn and remember him. But they also didn't want to give this monster the satisfaction of getting what he demanded. The warden, for whatever reason, did not give the serial killer his cigarettes. Maybe it was a matter of policy. Maybe it was a refusal to negotiate with someone who had committed such terrible crimes, or maybe there were other factors at play that we never knew about. But the result was that the killer never fully revealed where my cousin was supposedly buried. He would drop hints sometimes, giving vague descriptions of the area, or mentioning landmarks that might or might not be real. But he never provided the specific, detailed location information that would have allowed searchers to actually find the grave. They have never found my cousin's body, not in all the years since his disappearance. Searches have been conducted based on the limited information that the killer did provide, looking in areas that seemed to match his descriptions. Ground-penetrating radar has been used, cadaver dogs have been brought in, and countless hours have been spent combing through potential burial sites. But nothing has ever turned up. Either the killer was lying about what he did and where he put the body, or his directions were deliberately vague enough that finding the exact location has proven impossible, or the shallow grave has been disturbed by time and weather and animals in the 4 decades since my cousin disappeared. As of now, my cousin has been missing for 39 years. 4 decades of not knowing, of wondering, of hoping against hope that somehow there might still be answers, even though so much time has passed. My aunt has had to live all these years without her son, without knowing for certain what happened to him, or being able to give him a proper burial. She has had to endure those terrible letters from the serial killer, had to face the possibility that her son suffered terribly at the end, had to live with the knowledge that someone out there knows what happened but has chosen to keep that information to themselves out of spite or manipulation or some twisted sense of power. The impact of this kind of loss on a family cannot be overstated. When someone you love disappears without explanation, it creates a unique kind of grief that is different from the grief of a confirmed death. There is no closure, no funeral to attend, no grave to visit. There is just an absence, a person-shaped hole in your life that never gets filled. You find yourself wondering if they might still be alive somewhere, if they might walk through the door one day with an explanation for where they have been. You imagine scenarios both hopeful and horrific, your mind filling in the blanks with possibilities that range from miraculous reunions to terrible fates. For my aunt, the mother who lost her son, the pain has been compounded by the serial killer's claims and his refusal to provide complete information. She has had to live with the strong possibility that she knows who killed her child, but cannot prove it, cannot find the body, cannot get justice through the normal channels. The killer is already in prison for other crimes. So even if they could definitively prove that he killed my cousin, it might not add much to his sentence or change his circumstances significantly. The satisfaction of seeing him convicted for this specific crime would be something, but it would not bring my cousin back or undo the decades of suffering that the family has endured. The police involvement in the case, the fact that they were the last to see my cousin alive and dropped him off that final mile from home, has created lasting questions and frustrations for the family. Were the officers who interacted with him that day properly questioned about what happened during their encounter? Was there any investigation into whether their actions or inactions might have contributed to what happened next? These questions have never been fully answered to the family's satisfaction, and the passage of time has made it increasingly unlikely that they ever will be. Officers who might have had relevant information have retired or passed away. Records have been lost or destroyed, and memories have faded or become unreliable. There is also the question of whether the serial killer actually did kill my cousin, or if he was just claiming credit for a crime he did not commit. Serial killers sometimes confess to murders they did not commit, either because they want the notoriety and attention that comes with being seen as more prolific and dangerous, or because they enjoy the power of manipulating investigators and tormenting families. Without physical evidence, without a body that can be examined for cause of death and other forensic details, it is impossible to know for certain whether this killer's claims are true, or if he is just another layer of cruelty added to an already unbearable situation. The family has had to navigate decades of false hopes and dead ends. Every time someone claims to have information about my cousin, every time there is a new lead or a possible sighting, it reopens the wound and creates a fresh wave of hope and fear. Most of these leads go nowhere, ending in disappointment and renewed grief. But the family cannot afford to ignore any of them, cannot risk missing the one piece of information that might finally provide answers. So they continue to follow up, to investigate, to search, even though the odds of finding anything after so many years are incredibly small. The passage of nearly 4 decades has changed the context of the search in significant ways. Technology has advanced with new forensic techniques and search methods that did not exist in 1980. DNA analysis has become much more sophisticated. Satellite imagery and mapping tools have improved, and databases of missing persons and unidentified remains have become more comprehensive and interconnected. All of these developments offer some small hope that a breakthrough might still be possible, that some piece of evidence or information that was overlooked or unavailable 40 years ago might surface and finally provide answers. But time has also worked against the search in many ways. Physical evidence deteriorates, memories become less reliable, witnesses pass away or move away and become impossible to locate. The landscape changes with new construction covering old areas and natural processes of decay and erosion altering the terrain. If my cousin was indeed buried in a shallow grave, as the killer claimed, 4 decades of weather and animal activity could have scattered or destroyed the remains to the point where they might never be found, even if searchers were looking in exactly the right location. My aunt has shown incredible strength in continuing to search for her son and to advocate for his case all these years. She has kept his memory alive, has refused to let him be forgotten or become just another cold case file gathering dust in some storage room. She has worked with law enforcement, with private investigators, with volunteer search organizations, and with anyone else who might be able to help. She has endured the cruelty of those letters from the serial killer and the frustration of dealing with a system that has not always prioritized her son's case the way she believes it should have been prioritized. For the rest of our family, my cousin's disappearance has been a constant reminder of how fragile life can be and how quickly someone we love can be taken from us. Those of us who were young when he disappeared have grown up with his absence as a defining feature of our family story. We know him only through photographs and the stories that older family members tell, through the shadow that his loss has cast over family gatherings and holidays. There is always an empty chair, always a person missing from the family photos, always a sense of incompleteness that can never be fully addressed. The question of what happened in that final mile between where the police dropped him off and where he should have arrived home continues to haunt us. Was he picked up by the serial killer during that walk? Did something else happen that had nothing to do with the killer's later claims? Were there other people involved whose identities have never been discovered? The lack of witnesses and physical evidence from that crucial time period has made it impossible to reconstruct what actually occurred, leaving us with nothing but speculation and the terrible certainty that something went catastrophically wrong. As the years continue to pass and the case remains unsolved, the family has had to find ways to live with the uncertainty and the loss. They have created memorials and remembrances, have shared stories and kept photographs displayed, have done everything they can to ensure that my cousin is not forgotten even though he has been gone for so long. They have also had to accept, however reluctantly, that they may never get the answers they desperately want, that the truth about what happened may have died with the serial killer, or may be buried so deeply that it will never come to light. The hope is that somehow, someday, new information will surface or new technology will make it possible to finally locate my cousin's remains and bring him home. Every year that passes makes this seem less likely, but the family has never completely given up on the possibility. They continue to check in with law enforcement, to follow developments in forensic science, to hope that the case file might catch the attention of someone with fresh eyes and new ideas who might be able to see something that everyone else has missed. My cousin has been missing for 39 years now, nearly 4 decades of unanswered questions and unresolved grief. He was a real person with dreams and potential, with people who loved him and wanted him in their lives. He deserved better than to disappear without explanation, to possibly be murdered by a serial killer who used his death as a tool for manipulation and torture. His mother deserved better than to receive cruel letters from someone claiming to have killed her son, but refusing to tell her where to find his body. Our family deserved better than to spend 4 decades wondering and searching and hoping for closure that may never come. But this is the reality we have been given, and we continue to carry it with us, honoring my cousin's memory and refusing to forget him, even as the years stretch on and the likelihood of answers grows ever smaller. My father once told me a story from his childhood that he had never shared with anyone else before. Even when he told it to me, he was careful, almost hesitant, and asked that I never identify the people involved or the place where it happened. I could tell it wasn't because he was embarrassed, but because the memory itself carried weight. It was personal, unsettling, and something he had carried quietly for most of his life. When my dad was around 12 years old, he and a close friend decided to walk down to a nearby river to go fishing. It was a normal thing for kids their age to do back then. They lived close enough that the river felt familiar, almost like part of their everyday world. They had fished there many times before without incident. It wasn't a dangerous place, just a stretch of water with a wooden dock, slow-moving current, and a peaceful atmosphere that usually made people feel relaxed. That day started out completely ordinary. They brought their fishing rods, baited the hooks, and cast their lines into the water. Instead of sitting on the dock and watching the lines, they decided to secure the rods by chaining them to the dock so the poles wouldn't be pulled in if a fish bit hard. That way, they could wander a bit along the shore and pass the time while waiting for a catch. It was something they had done before, and it never caused problems. After setting everything up, they walked a short distance away from the dock and onto the sandy shore. They were kids, bored and joking around, laughing the way kids do when they have too much imagination and too much free time. At some point, one of them joked about doing a summoning ritual to wish for a lot of fish. It wasn't serious. They didn't believe they were actually doing anything real. It was just play, something silly to pass the time. They drew shapes in the sand, crude lines that looked like something out of a movie or a comic book. They stood there pretending to chant or make wishes, laughing and not taking it seriously at all. To them, it was just a joke. Neither of them believed in anything supernatural at that age, and they certainly didn't think they were inviting anything into the world. As soon as they finished their little joke ritual, something happened that instantly wiped the smiles off their faces. Without warning, one of the fishing rods jerked violently. They both turned just in time to see the line snap tight and get yanked straight into the water. The force was sudden and strong, far stronger than anything they had ever seen from a normal fish. In a matter of seconds, the hook was ripped out completely and the line snapped clean. Before either of them could fully react or even speak, the same thing happened to the second rod. Whatever had taken the first hook moved upstream against the current and grabbed my dad's line. It pulled just as hard, snapping that line too, and then vanished beneath the surface. The entire thing happened incredibly fast. There was no splashing, no thrashing water, nothing that suggested a large animal fighting on the line. The surface of the river barely rippled. The water stayed calm in a way that didn't make sense given the force that had just snapped two fishing lines. The boys stood there frozen, staring at the water. They waited, expecting to see something rise to the surface. A big fish, maybe. Some dark shape moving beneath the water. Anything that could explain what they had just seen. But there was nothing. No silhouettes near the surface. No disturbed water. No signs of a large fish swimming away. The river looked exactly the same as it had moments before, quiet and still, as if nothing had happened at all. They tried to reason it out. Maybe it was a massive fish they just didn't see clearly. Maybe it was a coincidence that both lines snapped so quickly. But deep down, neither of them believed that explanation. They had both fished enough to know what a big fish looked like when it took a hook. This wasn't that. The force was wrong. The movement was wrong. And the fact that whatever it was swam upstream against the current without disturbing the water made no sense. Fear settled in fast. They didn't argue. They didn't try to joke it away. They didn't recast their lines. Without saying much to each other, they gathered their things and left immediately. They walked home quickly, both of them quiet, glancing back at the river more than once, feeling like they were being watched, even though they saw nothing. Years passed. My father grew up and so did his friend. Life moved on, but that moment never faded. To this day, both of them remember it clearly. They've talked about it over the years, trying to make sense of it, replaying it in their minds, hoping that time would offer some logical explanation. It never did. They remained certain that whatever took those hooks that day was not natural, not a fish, not an animal they could explain, something else entirely, something that didn't belong in the normal order of things. What makes the story even more unsettling is what happened many years later, when my father finally told it to me. When he first shared this story, we were staying together in a room, just the two of us. The conversation had been calm, almost reflective. He didn't dramatize the story or try to make it sound scarier than it was. He spoke plainly, carefully choosing his words. I could tell he was reliving it as he talked, seeing it again in his mind. Partway through the story, something strange happened. The room suddenly filled with a horrible smell. It was strong, unmistakable, and deeply unpleasant. It smelled like feces mixed with sulfur, sharp and rotten at the same time. It hit us both at once. My immediate reaction was to assume there was a simple explanation. Maybe something in the room, maybe a plumbing issue, maybe something outside drifting in. But the smell didn't behave like a normal odor. We both started looking around, trying to find the source. We checked the bathroom, the corners of the room, the vents, even our clothes. But no matter where we stood, the smell seemed to move. It wasn't strongest in one place. It drifted, shifting around the room, never settling, never fading. What made it worse was that it didn't slowly dissipate the way smells usually do. It stayed heavy and present, as if something invisible was carrying it from one spot to another. The longer we searched, the more uneasy we felt. My father wasn't particularly religious at that point in his life. He believed in God, but he wasn't someone who leaned heavily on prayer or scripture. Still, something about that moment pushed him to act. He grew quiet, then said he was going to pray. He began reciting prayers he remembered from the Bible. His voice was calm but serious. As he prayed, I watched the room closely, half expecting nothing to happen, half expecting something worse. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the smell vanished. There was no gradual fading, no lingering hint of it in the air. One moment it was there, thick and unbearable, and the next, it was completely gone. The room smelled normal again, as if nothing had ever happened. We stood there in silence, stunned. We checked the room one last time, even though there was no longer anything to find. There was no source, no explanation, nothing that could account for what we experienced. After that, my father didn't say much. He looked shaken, thoughtful in a way I hadn't seen before. It was clear that telling the story, and whatever followed it, had affected him deeply. The incident from his childhood had already unsettled him for decades, but this felt like confirmation that something about it still lingered, still reached into the present. That night stayed with me long after the conversation ended. I don't know what happened at that river. I don't know what snapped those lines or moved through the water without disturbing it. I don't know why a smell like that filled the room years later, or why it disappeared after prayer. I don't have answers, and I don't pretend to. All I know is that my father believes what he experienced was real, and after witnessing what happened while he told me the story, I believe him too. Some things don't fit neatly into logic. Some experiences sit in that uncomfortable space where explanation fails, and all you're left with is memory, fear, and the quiet understanding that there are things in this world we don't fully understand. Even now, when I think about that story, I imagine the calm surface of that river, the sudden violent pull, the silence afterward. I imagine two kids standing there, realizing that something had responded to their joke, something they never meant to call. And I can't help but wonder how many strange things happen in ordinary. If these stories feel familiar, there's a reason. Most people have experienced something they don't talk about. If you're still listening, leave a like and subscribe. It helps keep stories like these alive. And if something has ever followed you home, send it in. Let's continue. My brother has always loved music, especially live shows. Growing up, concerts were his thing, and even as an adult, he still travels whenever there's a band he really wants to see. One year, he went to Los Angeles for a concert. It was nothing unusual for him. He had been to big cities before, places people usually warn you about, and he had never had any real problems. LA felt like just another stop. The concert itself was in a rougher part of the city, South Central. He didn't really think much about that at the time. When you're focused on a show, on getting there on time, on finding parking, the neighborhood just feels like background noise. He parked, went to the concert, had a great time, and when it was over, he realized he needed to stop somewhere quickly before driving out of the area. Something small, like a drink or snacks. There was a gas station nearby, and it was the closest place. He figured it would be quick, in and out. He walked into the gas station without really thinking about how much he stood out. He's white, and in that area, he was very clearly out of place. The store was small, with harsh fluorescent lights, and thick glass separating the cashier from the customers. The air felt tense in a way that's hard to explain unless you've experienced it. It wasn't loud or chaotic, it was quiet, watchful. As soon as he stepped up to the counter, the cashier looked at him differently. Not rude, not friendly either, just focused. The cashier asked him what he was doing there, not in a casual small talk way, but in a direct way that made my brother pause. He answered honestly, saying he was just there to grab something quickly. The cashier didn't say much after that, just kept watching him. While my brother was still inside, a big guy walked into the store. He didn't browse. He didn't look around. He looked straight at my brother. This guy had a presence, the kind that fills a room without needing to say much. He walked up close and told my brother that when he was done, he needed to come out to his pump. There was no aggression in his voice, no yelling. That's what made it scarier. It sounded like an instruction, not a suggestion. My brother nodded his head. He didn't argue. He didn't ask questions. The guy turned around and walked back out to his car. That's when everything shifted in my brother's mind. He suddenly became very aware of his surroundings, of how small the gas station was, of how exposed he would be walking out. Through the front windows, he could see the car at the pump. It wasn't just one person waiting. The car was full of people. Men sitting inside, watching the store, waiting. In that moment, my brother understood something very clearly. If he walked out to that pump like he was told, he wasn't going to survive it. There would be no misunderstanding, no talking his way out. Whatever was about to happen would happen fast, and no one would stop it. He didn't panic outwardly. He paid for what he had picked up. He kept his movements calm, but inside, his heart was racing. His mind was moving faster than it ever had before, calculating options. Going to the pump was not an option. Staying inside wasn't either. Eventually he realized there was only one thing he could do: run. The second he finished paying, he turned and booked it straight out the door. No hesitation. No looking back, just full speed. The moment he did, the car peeled out after him. They didn't even wait. The engine roared, tires screeching as they chased him down the street. My brother could hear them behind him, the sound of the car getting closer, the distance shrinking. Every instinct in his body was screaming at him. His lungs burned. His legs felt like they were on fire. He pushed harder than he ever had before. He knew he couldn't outrun a car for long. He also knew he had to try. He ran toward a back lane, a narrow path between buildings, the kind of place a car couldn't easily follow. The car gained on him fast, close enough that he could hear voices yelling from inside. He didn't look back. He didn't slow down. He poured everything he had into those last few seconds. Somehow, he made it. He turned sharply into the back lane just as the car reached the corner. The vehicle couldn't follow him in, not at that speed, not in that space. By the time they could turn around, he was gone, sprinting through alleys, hopping fences, moving without thinking, only reacting. Eventually, he slowed down, hidden from view, shaking, gasping for air, listening for engines. When he was sure they weren't coming, he kept moving, staying off main roads until he reached a safer area. He didn't stop until he was far away. Only then did the adrenaline start to fade, replaced by the realization of how close he had come to not making it out at all. He got back to his car later, carefully, with his heart still pounding. He left the area immediately. The drive away felt surreal. The city lights, the traffic, everything looked the same as it always does. But for him, nothing felt normal anymore. What stuck with him wasn't just the chase. It was the moment inside the gas station when he knew without any doubt that if he followed that man's instruction, it would be the end. That kind of certainty changes you. It burns itself into your memory. My brother has traveled all over the world. He's been to places people often label as dangerous. Cambodia, Thailand, Mexico, countries across Europe, China, Korea. He's navigated language barriers, unfamiliar streets, and situations where he was clearly a foreigner. He's had uncomfortable moments, tense moments, moments where he had to stay alert. But none of them compare to that night in Los Angeles. Whenever the topic of travel comes up and people ask him about the scariest place he's ever been, they expect him to name some far-off country, somewhere exotic, somewhere unfamiliar. He never does. He always talks about South Central LA, about a gas station, about a decision that took only a second but saved his life. He says the reason it stands out so much is because of how fast everything happened. There was no build-up, no warning, just a sudden understanding that he was in immediate danger. No rules, no safety net, just him, his instincts, and the choice to run. Even now, years later, he still replays it sometimes. The look on the guy's face, the car full of people waiting, the sound of the engine behind him. He knows how different his life would be if he had hesitated even for a moment. It didn't stop him from traveling. He still goes everywhere. He still loves seeing the world. But it did make him more aware of how quickly situations can turn, even in places you think you understand. He says the scariest thing wasn't the chase itself. It was the realization that danger doesn't always announce itself loudly. Sometimes it speaks calmly, asks you to walk outside and waits to see if you obey. And sometimes the only reason you're still alive is because you didn't. When I was growing up, we lived in a small town where everyone knew everyone. It was the kind of place where people didn't lock their doors, where neighbors waved from their porches, and where nothing ever seemed truly dangerous. At least, that's what people like to believe. Adults used to say that bad things didn't happen in towns like ours. That belief is one of the reasons this story still stays with me. The house next door to us belonged to a woman named Robin. She was really close friends with my mom. They talked almost every day, watched each other's kids, and helped each other out whenever something came up. Robin had kids of her own, and they were often over at our house. They felt like part of our family. My mom always said that if anything ever happened, Robin would bring the kids straight to us without even asking. Robin was dating a guy at the time, someone who also lived in the house with her. Some people called him her boyfriend. Others said he was more like an ex who never really left. From the outside, things didn't seem perfect, but no one thought anything truly awful was going on. Arguments happened, sure, but that wasn't unusual. In a small town, you hear everything, and nothing about them ever crossed the line into what people considered alarming. One day, Robin didn't come home. At first, nobody panicked. People get busy, plans change. But what bothered my mom was that Robin's kids weren't with her. Instead, they were with the man she lived with. That didn't sit right with my mom at all. She said later that Robin would never have done that. If she needed someone to watch the kids, she would have brought them to our house. No question about it. My mom started calling around, trying to find Robin. No one had seen her. No one had heard from her. The more time passed, the more uneasy my mom became. Eventually, she went next door and confronted the guy directly. She demanded to see Robin. She asked where she was, why she hadn't come home, why the kids weren't with her. He brushed it off, gave vague answers, said she had gone away for a bit, said everything was fine. My mom didn't buy it. She called the police. She told them exactly what she felt, that something was wrong, that Robin wouldn't disappear like this, and that leaving the kids with him made no sense. The response she got still makes me angry to think about. The police basically told her she was overreacting. They said she watched too many crime shows and read too many mystery novels. They said things like that didn't happen in small towns like ours. My mom tried again. So did Robin's family. Calls were made, concerns were raised, but nothing happened. Days passed. About a week later, everything exploded. One morning, we woke up to flashing lights outside our window. There were police cars everywhere. The driveway and yard next door were packed with them. Officers were walking around, talking urgently, blocking off areas. The calm, quiet street we grew up on suddenly looked like something out of a nightmare. That's when we learned the truth. The man had moved out days earlier. He had taken Robin's kids with him, and he had taken Robin's body too. He buried her near a trailer he had moved into. The details came out slowly, piece by piece, and every new thing we learned made it worse. He had planned it. One night after Robin came home from work, he hid behind the corner of the house. When she walked down the shared driveway, the same driveway that ran right under our bedroom window, he attacked her. Everything happened right there, steps away from where we slept. None of us heard a thing. What he did after that is something I still struggle to think about. The police later said the evidence inside the house was overwhelming. They used chemicals to detect blood, and it lit up the entire place. Walls, floors, everything. One officer described it as lighting up like a Christmas tree. The most disturbing part wasn't even what he did to Robin. It was what happened to her kids. One of them woke up during it. A child saw things no child should ever see. The man threatened them, told them that if they said anything, he would do the same thing to them. That fear stayed with those kids for the rest of their lives. It changed them. Everyone in town could see it as they grew up. Trauma like that doesn't disappear. Another detail came out later that made it feel even closer to home. A few days before it happened, the man had borrowed a hammer from my dad. He said he needed it for some home repairs. My dad didn't think twice. In a small town, you lend your neighbors tools. That's just how it works. After everything came out, that hammer became a symbol of how close evil can be without you realizing it, how normal everything can seem right up until it isn't. My mom never forgave herself for not being taken seriously sooner, even though it wasn't her fault. She tried. She knew something was wrong. She pushed when everyone else brushed it off. The police admitted later that mistakes were made, but that didn't bring Robin back. The town changed after that. People locked their doors more often. Parents watched their kids closer. The idea that things like that don't happen here quietly died. Everyone realized that small towns don't protect you from violence. Sometimes they hide it better. For me, growing up with that knowledge rewired the way I see the world. Whenever someone says crimes only happen in big cities or that you don't need to worry because everyone knows each other, I think of Robin. I think of my mom standing there, being dismissed. I think of how something unimaginable happened right next door while we slept. It wasn't a ghost story, it wasn't a rumor, it was real. And it proved, in the worst possible way, that terrible things can happen anywhere, even in the quietest places, even in towns where people swear nothing bad ever happens. I worked in a restaurant at the time, and like a lot of people in the service industry, going for a drink after closing was just part of the routine. The restaurant closed late, and across the street there was a bar that stayed open even later. The whole area was packed with small restaurants and bars, all lined up next to each other, and most of us recognized faces, even if we didn't know names. You'd see the same servers, bartenders, line cooks, and managers rotating through the neighborhood night after night. It felt familiar, comfortable, safe in a way that only routine can feel. That night was no different, at least at first. After we finished closing duties, I headed across the street for a drink. I wasn't planning on staying long, just one drink, maybe two, then home. I sat down at the bar and started unwinding, scrolling on my phone, half listening to conversations around me. That's when I noticed a guy sitting a few seats away. I hadn't seen him before, but he was wearing a shirt from one of the nearby bars. That wasn't unusual. New people rotated into the area all the time. I introduced myself, like people do in that neighborhood. I asked where he worked, told him where I worked, asked how he liked the new job. It was casual, friendly, nothing that set off alarms. We talked about the usual stuff, shifts, customers, how exhausting weekends could be. It all felt normal. After a bit, he asked if I wanted to go out to the alley for a smoke. I didn't think much of it. Smoking out back was common. The alley was shared by several bars, and staff were constantly going in and out of it. I said sure, grabbed my jacket, and followed him outside. The moment I took a puff, something felt wrong. It wasn't subtle. It wasn't like slowly getting high. Almost immediately, my head felt light and heavy at the same time. The world tilted slightly, like I couldn't quite focus my eyes. My thoughts felt far away, like they were happening in another room. I remember thinking very clearly that this wasn't normal. I had smoked before. This felt different. My heart started racing. I tried to stay calm on the outside, but inside I was panicking. I suddenly felt very exposed, standing there in the alley. The noise from the bar behind us felt distant. The brick walls felt too close. I took another breath and realized I felt dizzy, spaced out, and deeply uncomfortable. I told him I had a headache and an early morning shift. I said I needed to catch the bus. I tried to keep my voice steady, like this was no big deal. He immediately offered to walk with me. He said he just wanted to make sure I got home safe. On paper, that sounds kind, but in that moment, it terrified me. I told him it was okay, that I'd be fine, that I didn't want to make him go out of his way. He insisted. My brain felt foggy, but some instinct deep inside me was screaming that I needed to get away from him. I compromised, hoping it would end the interaction. I said I'd just take his number and text him when I got home so he'd know I was safe. He agreed. He gave me his number, smiled, and said okay. Then he walked around the corner. I thought that was it. I walked to the bus stop, my legs feeling unsteady, my head swimming. I kept telling myself to breathe, that maybe I was just having a bad reaction, that it was nothing. I got on the bus and took a seat near the middle, staring straight ahead, trying not to freak out. At the last second, the bus doors opened again. He got on. He came in through the back doors and sat a few rows behind me. My stomach dropped. Every muscle in my body tensed. I didn't turn around. I stared a hole into the seat in front of me, barely blinking. My heart was pounding so hard, I felt like he must be able to hear it. I started silently panicking, my thoughts spiraling. Why was he here? Why didn't he leave when he said he would? Why was he sitting behind me instead of somewhere else? The bus ride felt endless. I kept thinking about how vulnerable I felt, how out of control my body felt, how slow my reactions seemed. I kept telling myself not to move, not to draw attention, just get to my stop. When the bus reached the station where I needed to get off, I stood up quickly. He stood up too. That was it. Something snapped. I turned around and screamed at him. I told him to leave me alone. I told him I was not okay. I told him I had a bad reaction to the weed, and that him following me was making it worse. My voice was shaking, but it was loud. People were looking. I didn't care. He shushed me. He tried to hug me. He actually reached out and started petting my head, like I was a child, like I was being dramatic instead of terrified. That feeling of someone touching you when you are already out of control is something I will never forget. My skin crawled. I felt trapped. I pulled away and ran. I ran out of the station as fast as I could and into the first bar I saw. I didn't even look at the name. I burst through the door and grabbed the bartender by the hand. I don't even remember what I said exactly, just that I asked him to call me a cab. I remember my voice shaking, my hands gripping his like a lifeline. I would not let go. I stood there holding his hand, scanning the doorway, my heart racing, asking over and over if the coast was clear. The bartender didn't question it. He didn't laugh. He didn't brush me off. He stayed calm and stayed with me until the cab arrived. He walked me outside and made sure I got into the cab alone. As the cab pulled away, I looked back. I saw the guy outside the station yelling into his phone. I don't know who he was talking to. I don't know what he was saying. But the sight of him standing there, angry, watching, sent another wave of fear through me. I asked the cab driver to circle my block before dropping me off. I didn't want anyone to follow us. When he finally stopped, I darted out, ran inside my apartment, and locked every door and window. I checked them twice. Then I sat on the floor, hugged my cat, and cried until exhaustion took over. I don't remember falling asleep. I slept straight through until 6 p.m. the next day. I didn't hear my alarms. I didn't hear my phone. My body felt heavy, like I'd been drugged, like I'd been underwater for hours. When I finally woke up, the first thing I heard was pounding on my door. My mom was outside, yelling my name. She had driven an hour and a half from her town because no one could reach me. I had missed 2 alarms for my shift. I had 27 missed calls from work, co-workers, and family. Everyone thought something terrible had happened. I did too. I never saw that guy again. Not in the neighborhood, not in any bar, not anywhere. To this day, I don't know what really happened. It could have been a bad reaction. It could have been a coincidence. It could have been nothing more than paranoia layered on top of fear. But deep down, I don't believe that. Something about the way it unfolded, the timing, the way he followed me, the way he touched me when I was clearly distressed, tells me it could have ended much worse. What scares me most isn't the idea of what he might have done. It's how quickly everything shifted from normal to dangerous. One casual conversation, one smoke, one decision to be polite, and suddenly I was fighting to stay aware, to stay in control, to get home alive. I trust my instincts now more than I ever did before. Because that night taught me that sometimes the only reason you make it home is because you listen to the part of yourself that says something is wrong, even when you can't explain why. The year 2008 began with a heavy sense of mystery in the quiet town of Wrexham, located in North Wales. Irma Tati Rogers, a woman known to her friends as Tati, was a well-liked member of the community who had moved from Indonesia to start a new life. She was vibrant, social, and had a wide circle of friends who cared for her deeply. However, on a cold January day, Tati suddenly vanished without a trace. Her disappearance wasn't just a simple case of someone walking away from their life. It felt immediate and wrong. When she failed to show up for scheduled meetings and stopped answering her phone, the local community and the police knew that something dark had happened behind the scenes. The investigation into her whereabouts would eventually become one of the most intense and psychologically complex murder cases in the region, involving a high-stakes game of cat and mouse between a calculating killer and a dedicated team of detectives. As the police began to dig into Tati's private life, a name kept surfacing in their interviews and phone record searches: Łukasz Respondek. He was a Polish national who had settled in the area, worked a steady job at a local dairy factory, and lived a seemingly normal, quiet life with his wife and children. To his neighbors and co-workers, he was a hard-working family man, the kind of person you would never suspect of having a violent bone in his body. But the digital and social footprints left behind by Tati told a different story. It was revealed that Łukasz and Tati had been involved in a secret, intense affair. This wasn't just a casual fling, it was a relationship that had reached a boiling point. Tati had grown tired of being the secret in Łukasz's life. She wanted him to leave his wife, to be honest about their relationship, and to build a future together. She had reportedly given him an ultimatum, a demand for him to choose between his old life and his new one. For a man like Łukasz, who valued his reputation and his family structure, this demand felt like a threat to his entire existence. The pressure of the secret and the fear of his world collapsing led Łukasz to commit the unthinkable. In January 2008, he murdered Irma Tati Rogers. After the act, he didn't panic in the way many first-time criminals do. Instead, he was cold and methodical. He took her body to a remote wooded area known as the Erdig Estate, a vast and beautiful stretch of parkland that he felt provided enough cover to hide his crime forever. He buried her deep in the earth, far away from the walking paths used by tourists and locals. He believed that by placing her in such a secluded spot, the forest would eventually swallow the secret and he could return to his life as if she had never existed. For months, it seemed like he might actually get away with it. The police were suspicious and they questioned him multiple times, but Lukasz was disciplined. He didn't crumble under interrogation, and without a body or a murder weapon, the authorities lacked the hard physical evidence required to bring a formal charge against him. However, the detectives in charge of the case were not willing to let the matter drop. They were convinced that Lukasz was responsible, and they knew that if they couldn't find the evidence through traditional means, they would have to outsmart him. They decided to launch a massive, long-term surveillance operation that would track his every move. They wanted to see if his conscience or his fear would lead him back to the scene of the crime. For months, undercover officers and advanced technology were used to monitor Lukasz's daily routine. They watched him go to work. They watched him spend time with his family. And they watched as he frequently took trips toward the Erdig estate. He was drawn to the burial site like a magnet, driven by a pathological need to ensure that the earth hadn't shifted and that his secret remained hidden. By the time the investigation moved into its second year, the police had a good idea of which general area Lukasz was visiting, but the estate was massive, and finding a single grave in hundreds of acres of woodland was like looking for a needle in a haystack. They needed to force his hand. They decided to use the media as a tool in their psychological warfare. They purposely leaked information to the press, announcing that they were launching a significant new search effort in the Erdig area. They made sure the news was everywhere, on the radio, in the newspapers, and on the local television stations. They wanted Lukasz to see the police vans, the forensic teams in their white suits, and the sniffer dogs patrolling the very woods where he had buried Tati. They wanted him to feel the walls closing in. The tactic worked perfectly. The sight of the police digging in the woods made Lukasz incredibly nervous. His cool, disciplined exterior began to crack. He started returning to the site even more frequently, but he was no longer just a casual hiker. He began wearing full camouflage gear, trying to blend into the undergrowth so he could spy on the police. He would bring high-powered binoculars and find high vantage points where he could sit for hours watching the progress the forensic teams were making. He was obsessed with seeing exactly where they were digging and how close they were getting to the specific spot where he had placed Tati. What he didn't realize was that the police were well aware of his presence. While he was watching the search teams through his binoculars, another team of specialists was watching him through their own lenses from hidden positions in the trees. It was a surreal and tense standoff. The police were watching him watch them, waiting for the moment he would finally break. As the days went by, the search teams deliberately moved closer and closer to the actual burial site. They were being guided by the very movements Lukasz was making. Every time he showed particular interest in a specific area, the police would shift their focus there. The psychological pressure became unbearable for him. He realized that it was only a matter of time before a shovel hit something solid and his life was over. In a final, desperate attempt to save himself, he decided he had to move the body. He figured if he could dig her up in the middle of the night and move her to a completely different location, he might still have a chance to escape justice. One night, under the cover of darkness and hidden by the dense forest canopy, Lukasz returned to the grave with a shovel. He began the grueling task of exhuming the remains he had buried over a year prior. For 3 long, agonizing hours, he labored in the dirt, his mind racing and his heart pounding. But the reality of what he was doing finally began to set in. Moving a body that had been in the ground for that long was a horrific, physically demanding and mentally scarring task. The sheer weight of the crime, the physical exhaustion, and the knowledge that the police were practically breathing down his neck finally shattered his resolve. He realized that there was no way out. Even if he moved her, they would find the new spot, or they would find the evidence of the disturbed earth at the original site. The game was up. In a state of total emotional and physical collapse, Lukasz stopped digging. He left the site, but he didn't go home. Instead, he drove directly to the local police station. He walked through the doors, covered in the dirt of the grave and smelling of the woods, and handed himself in. He confessed to the murder of Ermitati Rogers, ending the long and painful search for the truth. His surrender was the final chapter in a saga that had gripped the community for nearly 2 years. The police were able to recover Tati's remains from the exact spot he described, finally allowing her friends and family to give her the dignified burial she deserved. During the trial, the full extent of the police surveillance and Lukasz's bizarre behavior in the woods was revealed. The jury heard about the camouflage, the binoculars, and the way he had essentially led the authorities to the body through his own paranoia. It was a landmark case that demonstrated how psychological pressure and patient, strategic police work could break even the most disciplined of killers. Lukasz Respondek was convicted of murder and was sentenced to life in prison, with the judge noting the cold-blooded nature of the crime and the calculated way he had hidden the body for so long. The story of Lukasz and Tati is a chilling reminder of the dark secrets that can hide behind the facade of a normal life. It shows that even in the most quiet and peaceful of settings, intense passions and fears can lead to ultimate acts of violence. But it is also a story of the persistence of justice. The detectives who refused to give up on Tati, the officers who sat in the cold woods for months, watching a suspect, and the community that kept her memory alive, all played a part in ensuring that her killer didn't get the final word. Tati was more than just a victim. She was a woman whose life was cut short by the selfishness of a man who couldn't handle the consequences of his own choices. Today, the Erdig estate is once again a place of peace, where families walk and nature thrives. But for those who remember the events of 2008, the woods hold a deeper meaning. They are a place where a silent battle was fought between truth and lies, and where a killer's own shadow eventually became his undoing. The case remains a prominent example of modern investigative techniques and the power of psychological profiling. It serves as a warning that no matter how deep you bury a secret, the truth has a way of rising to the surface, often led there by the very hands that tried to hide it. The impact of the murder on the local Indonesian community and Tati's friends was profound. She was a woman who had traveled across the world to find happiness, only to have it taken away by someone she trusted. Her story is one of tragedy, but also of the strength of the bonds people form. Her friends never stopped asking questions, and the police never stopped looking for answers. That collective effort is what eventually brought Lukasz into the light and ensured he would spend the rest of his days behind bars. The joyful villa or the quiet bakery, every town has its stories of the darkness that lurks in plain sight, and Wrexham is no different. The mystery of Ermitati Rogers ended with justice. But the memory of the woman who just wanted to be loved remains a part of the town's history. As we look at cases like this, we are reminded of the incredible patience required to solve complex crimes. It wasn't a sudden burst of DNA evidence or a lucky break that solved Tati's murder. It was months of sitting in the dark, watching a man through binoculars, and waiting for the moment his conscience couldn't take the weight anymore. It was a victory of the mind over the machine of silence. Lukasz thought he was the hunter, watching the police from the safety of his camouflage, but in reality, he was the prey, being guided exactly where the authorities wanted him to go. The legacy of the case continues to be studied by law enforcement agencies as a masterclass in surveillance and suspect management. It highlights the importance of understanding the psychology of a killer, knowing their triggers, their fears, and their weaknesses. For Lukasz, his weakness was his own inability to stay away from what he had done. He couldn't trust the forest to keep his secret, and in his attempt to monitor the threat, he became the very thing that led the threat to his door. It is a story with a grim but satisfying conclusion, where the victim was finally heard and the perpetrator was finally caught in the web of his own making. Growing up in a small town usually brings a sense of comfort that is hard to find anywhere else. There is a deep, unwritten rule that everyone looks out for one another, and the idea of true, calculated violence feels like something that only happens in big cities or on the nightly news. We lived in a neighborhood where the houses were close together, sharing the same patches of grass, and in our case, a shared driveway with the family next door. It was the kind of place where you could hear your neighbor's car pull in late at night, or the sound of their kids playing in the yard during the day. Because of this proximity, my mother became very close friends with the woman who lived right next to us. Her name was Robin, and she was a kind, hard-working mother who was doing her best to navigate a complicated life. Robin had a few children and lived with a man who was her boyfriend. Though the dynamics of their household were always a bit tense, my mother and Robin spent a lot of time together sharing coffee and talking about their lives. They had the kind of friendship where they knew each other's habits and routines perfectly. Because of this, my mother was the first person to realize that something was terribly wrong when Robin suddenly vanished from the neighborhood. It wasn't just that Robin wasn't answering her door. It was the way the children were being handled that set off alarm bells in my mother's head. The day after Robin went missing, my mother noticed that her children were with Robin's boyfriend, who also acted as a sort of roommate. My mother knew Robin better than anyone else in the neighborhood, and she knew for a fact that Robin would never have left her kids with that man if she had a choice. Robin had told my mother many times that if she ever needed someone to watch her children in an emergency, she would have brought them directly to our house. The fact that the boyfriend claimed Robin had just gone away and left the kids with him didn't make any sense. It was a complete contradiction of everything Robin stood for as a mother. Driven by a gut feeling that something was life-threatening, my mother didn't just sit back and wait. She went over to the house and directly confronted the man. She was brave, standing on his doorstep and demanding to see Robin, or at least to know exactly where she had gone. The man was cold and evasive, offering vague excuses that only made my mother more suspicious. She could feel the tension radiating from the house, a sense of darkness that hadn't been there before. When he couldn't give her a straight answer, she did what any concerned friend would do. She called the local police. However, the police in our small town weren't prepared for a situation like this. When my mother explained her fears and told them about Robin's character and why the situation with the kids was so alarming, they didn't take her seriously. They were dismissive, almost patronizing. One of the officers actually told her that she had probably been reading too many mystery novels and that she was letting her imagination run wild. They told her that people in small towns like ours didn't just get murdered or disappear into thin air. They treated it like a minor domestic disagreement and told her to calm down, suggesting that Robin had probably just taken a break and would be back in a few days. My mother was devastated by their lack of action, but she didn't stop pushing. For the next week, she and Robin's extended family kept calling the station, refusing to let the case go cold. We lived in a state of constant anxiety for those 7 days, looking at the house next door and wondering what was happening behind those silent windows. Then, one morning, everything changed. We woke up to the sound of heavy engines and the sight of a massive fleet of police cars pulling into our shared driveway and filling up our yard. The casual attitude of the previous week was gone, replaced by a grim, high-stakes investigation. It turned out that the boyfriend had moved out of the house shortly after my mother's confrontation. He had taken Robin's children with him and moved into a trailer in a different area. But he hadn't just taken the kids. He had taken a heavy, plastic-wrapped secret with him. The investigation eventually led the police to his new trailer, where they found Robin's body buried in a shallow, makeshift grave nearby. As the details began to leak out through the news and the legal proceedings, the sheer horror of what had happened just a few feet from where we slept started to sink in. The boyfriend had planned the murder with a level of cruelty that was hard to comprehend. A few days before the killing, he had come over to our house and asked my father if he could borrow a hammer. He told my dad he needed it for some routine home repairs. My father, thinking he was just being a helpful neighbor, handed it over without a second thought. That hammer, a tool from our own garage, ended up being the weapon used to end Robin's life. On the night of the murder, the man had waited in the shadows behind a corner of the house. He knew Robin's schedule perfectly. He waited until she arrived home from work and began walking down the shared driveway. This happened directly under our bedroom window, while we were likely inside watching television or getting ready for bed. As she walked past him, he stepped out and knocked her unconscious with the hammer. He then dragged her limp body into the house and into the bathroom. The details of what happened in that bathtub were the stuff of nightmares. He had stabbed her or slit her throat to ensure she was dead, but the violence didn't stop there. In a cold and calculated attempt to make the body easier to transport and hide, he had used a saw to dismember her, removing her arms and legs. He wanted to make the remains small enough to fit into a container so he could move her to his new location without being noticed. The police later told my mother that when they used luminol, a chemical that reveals traces of blood, the entire bathroom and hallway lit up like a bright Christmas tree. Even though he had tried to clean the scene, the sheer amount of blood that had been spilled was impossible to fully erase. But the most heartbreaking part of the story wasn't just the physical violence. It was the psychological trauma inflicted on Robin's children. During the trial, it came out that one of her young children had actually woken up that night. The child had walked toward the bathroom and seen him in the middle of the horrific act. Instead of showing any remorse or trying to comfort the child, the man looked the little girl in the eye and told her that if she ever told a single soul what she saw, he would do the exact same thing to her. That poor child had to live with that secret for an entire week, traveling with her mother's killer to a new home, knowing all the while that her mother was gone and that she was in the hands of a monster. The threat he made stayed with her, and even though the man was eventually caught and sent to prison, the damage to those children was permanent. They grew up carrying the weight of a trauma that no person, let alone a child, should ever have to witness. It completely altered the course of their lives, leaving them with scars that no amount of therapy or time could ever fully heal. For our family, the revelation was a profound shock. My father struggled with the fact that his own tool had been used in such a way. My mother felt a mix of validation for her instincts and a deep, soul-crushing sadness for the friend she couldn't save. We realized that while the police had mocked her for reading too many mystery novels, the reality was far more gruesome than any book she had ever picked up. The small-town myth of safety was shattered for us that day. We realized that evil doesn't care about the size of your town or how well you know your neighbors. It can live right next door, sharing your driveway and borrowing your tools. The house next door stood empty for a long time after that. Every time I looked out my bedroom window and saw the driveway below, I couldn't help but think about Robin walking home that night, tired from work, looking forward to seeing her kids, and having no idea that a monster was waiting in the shadows. I thought about the silence of the night and how none of us heard a thing, even though it happened just a few feet away. It was a terrifying reminder of how thin the walls of our lives really are, and how little we actually know about what is happening in the shadows of our own neighborhoods. The community changed after that. People started locking their doors. The casual, open trust that had defined our street was replaced by a wary caution. We all looked at each other a little differently, wondering what secrets might be hiding behind the friendly smiles of the people we saw every day. The story of Robin became a cautionary tale, a dark piece of local history that people would whisper about for years. It proved that fucked up things, as the saying goes, really do happen in small towns, and often they are more horrific because of the intimacy of the setting. Robin was a good person who deserved a long life and the chance to see her children grow up. Instead, she became a victim of a man she should have been able to trust. The fact that her life ended in such a brutal fashion, and that her children had to witness the aftermath, is a tragedy that our town never fully recovered from. It serves as a permanent reminder to listen to your gut feelings, just like my mother did. She knew something was wrong because she cared about her friend, and while she couldn't prevent the murder, her persistence was the only reason the killer was eventually caught, and the children were rescued from his grasp. As I got older and moved away, I took the lessons of that time with me. I learned that you should never let anyone tell you that you are being paranoid or that things like that don't happen here. Violence is a human reality that can manifest anywhere, and the best defense we have is to stay vigilant and look out for one another. I still think about Robin often, especially when I see a shared driveway or a house that looks a bit too quiet. I hope that wherever her children are now, they have found some semblance of peace, though I know that the shadows of that night in our small town will likely follow them forever. The memory of the luminol lighting up that house like a Christmas tree is an image that stays with you. It represents the hidden truth of a crime that someone tried very hard to wash away. It shows that even when we think we've cleaned up the mess, the truth has a way of coming to light if someone is willing to look for it. My mother's intuition was the light that started the process, and the bravery of the family eventually finished it. It was a shitty, horrific situation that left a mark on everyone involved, a story of a small town that lost its innocence in the most violent way possible. The boyfriend eventually faced justice, but no amount of prison time could ever make up for the life he stole or the childhoods he destroyed. He was a predator who used the quietness of a small town to hide his true nature, thinking that no one would notice or care enough to ask questions. He was wrong. He didn't count on the bond between two friends and the strength of a mother who refused to be silenced by the skepticism of the police. Robin's story is a heavy one, but it is one that needs to be told to honor her memory and to remind us all that the most important thing we can do is pay attention to the people around us. This story is about my girlfriend's aunt, and even though it happened a few years back, it still makes my stomach turn every time I think about it. It's one of those situations that feels unreal until you realize how easily it could have gone much worse. Her aunt traveled a lot for work. Business trips were a normal part of her life, and staying alone in hotels was something she had done countless times. She was used to it, comfortable with it. She knew the routine well enough that it never really scared her. Hotels to her were neutral places, temporary, anonymous, safe enough. On this particular trip, she was staying in a standard hotel. Nothing fancy, but nothing sketchy either. The kind of place you'd never think twice about. She had meetings all day, and by the time she got back to the hotel that evening, she was exhausted. The day had drained her mentally and physically. All she wanted was a shower, a quiet room, and sleep. She went through her usual routine, locked the door behind her when she came in, dropped her bag, changed clothes, got ready for bed. Nothing seemed off. Nothing caught her attention. No strange noises, no signs that anything was wrong. The room felt exactly like every other hotel room she'd stayed in. She got into bed and lay there for a while, not fully asleep yet. Just that half-awake state where your mind starts to slow down but you're still aware of your surroundings. The lights were off. The room was quiet, the kind of quiet you expect in a hotel late at night. Then she heard something. At first it was subtle, a faint rustling sound, soft but close, not coming from the hallway, not from outside, from inside the room. Her first thought wasn't panic, it was confusion. Hotels make noises, air vents, sheets shifting, someone moving in another room. She told herself it was probably nothing, but the sound continued and it didn't fit any normal explanation. It sounded deliberate, like movement. She rolled over in bed, and that's when she saw him. A big, tall man was standing at the foot of her bed. He wasn't moving, he wasn't speaking. He was just standing there, staring at her. The shock of that moment is hard to put into words. Imagine lying in bed, vulnerable, thinking you're alone, and then realizing someone is already inside your room, inside your space, watching you. There was no warning, no time to prepare, just instant terror. Her body reacted before her mind fully caught up. She screamed and jumped out of bed, running straight for the door. Every instinct in her was screaming to get out, to get away, to put distance between herself and the man. She didn't stop to grab her phone. She didn't stop to think. She just ran. She almost made it. Before she could reach the door, the man grabbed her. He wrapped his arms around her, trying to restrain her. He was stronger than her, bigger, and the panic made everything feel chaotic and unreal. As he held her, he kept repeating the same words over and over. "Stop! I'm not going to hurt you. I won't hurt you. Be quiet." That made it worse. Those words didn't calm her. They terrified her. Anyone who has to say they're not going to hurt you, especially while physically restraining you, is already doing something deeply wrong. She didn't believe him for a second. She fought with everything she had. She screamed. She kicked. She flailed. She did anything she could to get free. Adrenaline took over. Fear gave her strength she didn't know she had. Somehow she managed to break out of his grip. The moment she was free, she ran. She tore open the door and bolted into the hallway, screaming and crying as loud as she could. She didn't care who heard her. She wanted everyone to hear her. She wanted attention. She wanted help. The hallway echoed with her screams. Other guests started opening their doors. Someone ran toward her. Someone else called the front desk. Within minutes, hotel staff and then the police were on their way. She collapsed in the hallway, shaking, sobbing, barely able to speak. The man did not follow her out. That fact alone still sends chills down my spine. The idea that he stayed behind or disappeared back into the hotel is terrifying. It means he knew exactly what he was doing. He wasn't panicking. He wasn't confused. He had enough control to stop when things went wrong for him. The police arrived quickly. They searched the room. They searched the floor. They locked everything down. Eventually they found the man. He was an employee of the hotel. That detail made the entire situation even more disturbing. This wasn't some random person who wandered in by accident. This was someone who worked there, someone with access, someone who knew the building, someone who could move around without raising suspicion. According to what she was told later, he likely intended to rob her. He may have entered the room while she was out during the day, expecting to steal things quietly and leave before she returned. It's possible she walked in while he was already inside and he hid, waiting for the right moment to escape. But the most terrifying possibility is the one she can't stop thinking about. What if he wasn't just there to rob her? What if he had been watching her the entire time she got ready for bed, watching her change, watching her lie down, waiting until the lights were off and she was vulnerable? That thought alone is enough to make anyone feel sick, even if his original intention was theft. The moment he stayed silent and stood at the foot of her bed crossed a line that can't be undone. The moment he grabbed her and tried to silence her, repeating those words, it became something far more dangerous. After that night, her aunt never stayed in a hotel the same way again. She double-checks every lock. She wedges chairs under door handles. She uses extra locks, door alarms, anything she can. She checks closets, bathrooms, and behind curtains before settling in. She keeps lights on longer. She doesn't relax the way she used to. She still travels for work because she has to. But the sense of safety she once had is gone. What makes this story especially disturbing is how normal everything was before it happened. There were no warning signs, no red flags, no sketchy neighborhood, no broken lock, no noise in the hallway. Just a normal hotel room after a long day. It's terrifying to realize how vulnerable people can be in places they assume are safe. Hotels are supposed to be controlled environments, secure, staffed, monitored. But this showed how easily that sense of security can be shattered when the wrong person has access. She was lucky that she woke up before falling asleep. Lucky that she had the strength to fight back. Lucky that other guests heard her screams. Lucky that help arrived quickly. If any one of those things had gone differently, the outcome could have been much worse. That's the part that sticks with me. Not just what happened, but how close it came to becoming something even more horrifying. How thin the line was between escape and tragedy. Whenever I hear people say they feel safest in hotels because there are people around, I think of this story. I think about how danger doesn't always come from outside. Sometimes it's already inside, wearing a uniform, blending in, waiting for the right moment. And that thought is enough to keep anyone awake at night. My gaming team and I had this boot camp before a tournament. We were all incredibly focused, looking for a place where we could grind for hours, sharpen our strategies, and build the kind of chemistry needed to win at a high level. After looking through several listings, we decided to rent out a large, older house in Syracuse, New York. It seemed perfect at first. Plenty of space for our setups, a quiet neighborhood, and a kitchen large enough to keep us fed during long night sessions. We arrived with all our gear, feeling the typical pre-tournament adrenaline, ready to put in the work. The first night was relatively normal, filled with the sounds of mechanical keyboards clicking and strategic call-outs echoing through the halls. However, everything changed during the second night we were there. I was sitting at my desk deep into a match when I heard a distinct knocking sound. It was rhythmic and dull, appearing to come from directly beneath the floorboards. At first, I didn't think anything of it. In an old house in a place like Syracuse, you expect the pipes to clank or the wood to settle as the temperature drops. I just adjusted my headset and kept playing, dismissing it as the natural character of an aging building. It wasn't until one of my teammates walked into the room, looking visibly distracted, that I realized I wasn't the only one hearing it. He asked if I had noticed the tapping, and as soon as he mentioned it, the sound seemed to grow more intentional. It wasn't just a random creak, it was a deliberate knocking. We decided to take a break and investigate. We walked through every room on the main floor, checking the closets and the walls. But as soon as we moved toward the sound, it would stop or seem to shift to a different part of the house. Confused and starting to feel a bit uneasy, we all decided to step out onto the front porch to get some fresh air. and talk about our practice schedule. As we stood outside in the cool night air, the knocking started again. But this time it was different. From outside, we could hear the sound even louder, vibrating through the walls of the house. It had escalated from a light tap to a heavy, constant banging noise. We stood there in the dark, looking back at the house, realizing that the source of the noise was definitely inside with us. We went back in and gathered in the living room, sitting in silence just to listen. The banging was persistent, coming from a specific spot in the floor. One of my teammates pointed out that right below where we were sitting, in the basement, there was an old wooden workbench. It was a heavy, primitive-looking piece of furniture that looked like it had been there for a century. The noise sounded exactly like someone was standing at that workbench, hammering away with a mallet against the underside of our floorboards. The atmosphere in the house had shifted from a productive boot camp to a scene of genuine tension. Despite the fear, we tried to settle down for the night, figuring we were all just exhausted and overstimulated from hours of gaming. But as soon as we climbed the stairs to our bedrooms, the noise reached a terrifying peak. It was no longer just a bang, it was a violent, frantic crashing sound that shook the frames of our beds. Suddenly, the silence of the upper floor was shattered by the sound of heavy footsteps sprinting up the stairs. My two teammates burst into my bedroom, their faces pale and their eyes wide with terror. They were screaming, breathless, telling me that they had just seen someone standing in the kitchen. They described a dark, shadowed figure that didn't belong in the house, moving with a strange, unnatural stillness. We didn't wait to see more. We grabbed our phones and called the police immediately. When the officers arrived, they performed a full sweep of the house, from the attic down to that dark basement with the old workbench. They checked every door and window, but they found no signs of a break-in and no one hiding in the shadows. They stayed for a while, talking to us and trying to calm us down, but they couldn't explain the noise we had all heard. After the police left, the house went completely silent. The knocking, the banging, and the footsteps stopped entirely. We didn't hear a single sound for the rest of the night, but none of us slept. We sat together in one room, waiting for the sun to come up. It was the scariest moment of my life. The feeling of being watched by something unseen, and the violent nature of those sounds, was something I'll never forget. We finished our boot camp as quickly as possible, and checked out of the house the moment we were done. It wasn't until later, after we had returned home, that we decided to look into the history of the property. What we found made our blood run cold. We read several old local reports and forum posts suggesting that the house was notorious in the area for being haunted. According to the local history, there was a horrific tragedy on the property during the Great Depression. The man who had owned the house at the time had struggled with the extreme poverty of the era and eventually lost his mind. In a fit of desperation and madness, he had shot his entire family in the backyard before taking his own life. Knowing that history changed everything for us, we realized that the workbench in the basement and the constant knocking weren't just random occurrences. They felt like echoes of a dark and violent past that was still trapped within those walls. The man in the kitchen my teammates saw might have been the shadow of a father who had committed the unthinkable decades ago. We went to Syracuse to win a tournament, but we left with a memory that was far more permanent and terrifying. The year 2008 began with a heavy sense of mystery in the quiet town of Wrexham, located in North Wales. Tati Rogers, a woman known to her friends as Tati, was a well-liked member of the community who had moved from Indonesia to start a new life. She was vibrant, social, and had a wide circle of friends who cared for her deeply. However, on a cold January day, Tati suddenly vanished without a trace. Her disappearance wasn't just a simple case of someone walking away from their life. It felt immediate and wrong. When she failed to show up for scheduled meetings and stopped answering her phone, the local community and the police knew that something dark had happened behind the scenes. The investigation into her whereabouts would eventually become one of the most intense and psychologically complex murder cases in the region, involving a high-stakes game of cat and mouse between a calculating killer and a dedicated team of detectives. As the police began to dig into Tati's private life, a name kept surfacing in their interviews and phone record searches: Łukasz Respondek. He was a Polish national who had settled in the area, worked a steady job at a local dairy factory, and lived a seemingly normal, quiet life with his wife and children. To his neighbors and co-workers, he was a hard-working family man, the kind of person you would never suspect of having a violent bone in his body. But the digital and social footprints left behind by Tati told a different story. It was revealed that Łukasz and Tati had been involved in a secret, intense affair. This wasn't just a casual fling, it was a relationship that had reached a boiling point. Tati had grown tired of being the secret in Łukasz's life. She wanted him to leave his wife, to be honest about their relationship, and to build a future together. She had reportedly given him an ultimatum, a demand for him to choose between his old life and his new one. For a man like Łukasz, who valued his reputation and his family structure, this demand felt like a threat to his entire existence. The pressure of the secret and the fear of his world collapsing led Łukasz to commit the unthinkable. In January 2008, he murdered Tati Rogers. After the act, he didn't panic in the way many first-time criminals do. Instead, he was cold and methodical. He took her body to a remote wooded area known as the Erdig Estate, a vast and beautiful stretch of parkland that he felt provided enough cover to hide his crime forever. He buried her deep in the earth, far away from the walking paths used by tourists and locals. He believed that by placing her in such a secluded spot, the forest would eventually swallow the secret and he could return to his life as if she had never existed. For months, it seemed like he might actually get away with it. The police were suspicious and they questioned him multiple times, but Łukasz was disciplined. He didn't crumble under interrogation, and without a body or a murder weapon, the authorities lacked the hard physical evidence required to bring a formal charge against him. However, the detectives in charge of the case were not willing to let the matter drop. They were convinced that Łukasz was responsible, and they knew that if they couldn't find the evidence through traditional means, they would have to outsmart him. They decided to launch a massive, long-term surveillance operation that would track his every move. They wanted to see if his conscience or his fear would lead him back to the scene of the crime. For months, undercover officers and advanced technology were used to monitor Łukasz's daily routine. They watched him go to work. They watched him spend time with his family. And they watched as he frequently took trips toward the Erdig estate. He was drawn to the burial site like a magnet, driven by a pathological need to ensure that the earth hadn't shifted and that his secret remained hidden. By the time the investigation moved into its second year, the police had a good idea of which general area Łukasz was visiting, but the estate was massive, and finding a single grave in hundreds of acres of woodland was like looking for a needle in a haystack. They needed to force his hand. They decided to use the media as a tool in their psychological warfare. They purposely leaked information to the press, announcing that they were launching a significant new search effort in the Erdig area. They made sure the news was everywhere, on the radio, in the newspapers, and on the local television stations. They wanted Łukasz to see the police vans, the forensic teams in their white suits, and the sniffer dogs patrolling the very woods where he had buried Tati. They wanted him to feel the walls closing in. The tactic worked perfectly. The sight of the police digging in the woods made Łukasz incredibly nervous. His cool, disciplined exterior began to crack. He started returning to the site even more frequently, but he was no longer just a casual hiker. He began wearing full camouflage gear, trying to blend into the undergrowth so he could spy on the police. He would bring high-powered binoculars and find high vantage points where he could sit for hours watching the progress the forensic teams were making. He was obsessed with seeing exactly where they were digging and how close they were getting to the specific spot where he had placed Tati. What he didn't realize was that the police were well aware of his presence. While he was watching the search teams through his binoculars, another team of specialists was watching him through their own lenses from hidden positions in the trees. It was a surreal and tense standoff. The police were watching him watch them, waiting for the moment he would finally break. As the days went by, the search teams deliberately moved closer and closer to the actual burial site. They were being guided by the very movements Lukasz was making. Every time he showed particular interest in a specific area, the police would shift their focus there. The psychological pressure became unbearable for him. He realized that it was only a matter of time before a shovel hit something solid and his life was over. In a final, desperate attempt to save himself, he decided he had to move the body. He figured if he could dig her up in the middle of the night and move her to a completely different location, he might still have a chance to escape justice. One night, under the cover of darkness and hidden by the dense forest canopy, Lukasz returned to the grave with a shovel. He began the grueling task of exhuming the remains he had buried over a year prior. For 3 long, agonizing hours, he labored in the dirt, his mind racing and his heart pounding. But the reality of what he was doing finally began to set in. Moving a body that had been in the ground for that long was a horrific, physically demanding and mentally scarring task. The sheer weight of the crime, the physical exhaustion, and the knowledge that the police were practically breathing down his neck finally shattered his resolve. He realized that there was no way out. Even if he moved her, they would find the new spot, or they would find the evidence of the disturbed earth at the original site. The game was up. In a state of total emotional and physical collapse, Lukasz stopped digging. He left the site, but he didn't go home. Instead, he drove directly to the local police station. He walked through the doors, covered in the dirt of the grave and smelling of the woods, and handed himself in. He confessed to the murder of Ermitati Rogers, ending the long and painful search for the truth. His surrender was the final chapter in a saga that had gripped the community for nearly 2 years. The police were able to recover Tati's remains from the exact spot he described, finally allowing her friends and family to give her the dignified burial she deserved. During the trial, the full extent of the police surveillance and Lukasz's bizarre behavior in the woods was revealed. The jury heard about the camouflage, the binoculars, and the way he had essentially led the authorities to the body through his own paranoia. It was a landmark case that demonstrated how psychological pressure and patient, strategic police work could break even the most disciplined of killers. Lukasz Respondek was convicted of murder and was sentenced to life in prison, with the judge noting the cold-blooded nature of the crime and the calculated way he had hidden the body for so long. The story of Lukasz and Tati is a chilling reminder of the dark secrets that can hide behind the facade of a normal life. It shows that even in the most quiet and peaceful of settings, intense passions and fears can lead to ultimate acts of violence. But it is also a story of the persistence of justice. The detectives who refused to give up on Tati, the officers who sat in the cold woods for months, watching a suspect, and the community that kept her memory alive, all played a part in ensuring that her killer didn't get the final word. Tati was more than just a victim. She was a woman whose life was cut short by the selfishness of a man who couldn't handle the consequences of his own choices. Today, the Erdig estate is once again a place of peace, where families walk and nature thrives. But for those who remember the events of 2008, the woods hold a deeper meaning. They are a place where a silent battle was fought between truth and lies, and where a killer's own shadow eventually became his undoing. The case remains a prominent example of modern investigative techniques and the power of psychological profiling. It serves as a warning that no matter how deep you bury a secret, the truth has a way of rising to the surface, often led there by the very hands that tried to hide it. The impact of the murder on the local Indonesian community and Tati's friends was profound. She was a woman who had traveled across the world to find happiness, only to have it taken away by someone she trusted. Her story is one of tragedy, but also of the strength of the bonds people form. Her friends never stopped asking questions, and the police never stopped looking for answers. That collective effort is what eventually brought Lukasz into the light and ensured he would spend the rest of his days behind bars. The joyful villa or the quiet bakery, every town has its stories of the darkness that lurks in plain sight, and Wrexham is no different. The mystery of Aramatati Rogers ended with justice. But the memory of the woman who just wanted to be loved remains a part of the town's history. As we look at cases like this, we are reminded of the incredible patience required to solve complex crimes. It wasn't a sudden burst of DNA evidence or a lucky break that solved Tati's murder. It was months of sitting in the dark, watching a man through binoculars, and waiting for the moment his conscience couldn't take the weight anymore. It was a victory of the mind over the machine of silence. Lukasz thought he was the hunter, watching the police from the safety of his camouflage, but in reality, he was the prey, being guided exactly where the authorities wanted him to go. The legacy of the case continues to be studied by law enforcement agencies as a masterclass in surveillance and suspect management. It highlights the importance of understanding the psychology of a killer, knowing their triggers, their fears, and their weaknesses. For Lukasz, his weakness was his own inability to stay away from what he had done. He couldn't trust the forest to keep his secret, and in his attempt to monitor the threat, he became the very thing that led the threat to his door. It is a story with a grim but satisfying conclusion, where the victim was finally heard and the perpetrator was finally caught in the web of his own making. As a kid, I spent most of my time at my best friend's house. We lived in Chatham, Massachusetts, a quiet coastal town where almost everything felt slow, familiar, and safe. It was the kind of place where history was everywhere, whether you paid attention to it or not. Old homes stood along narrow roads, some of them older than the country itself, and people grew up hearing stories about who lived where generations ago. Back then, none of that really mattered to me. It was just home. My best friend's mother worked as a professional house cleaner. She had several regular clients around town, especially people who owned older homes or summer rentals. In a place like Chatham, that was common. Many houses weren't lived in year-round. People would come during the warmer months, then leave them empty through the fall and winter. Even when they were empty, owners wanted them maintained. Cleaned, dusted, vacuumed. That was part of her job, remember. One of her accounts was a house everyone knew about, even if they didn't talk about it much. It was one of the oldest homes in town, originally built in the early 1700s. The house had been standing there for centuries, quietly watching the town change around it. It had thick wooden beams, low ceilings, and floors that creaked no matter how carefully you walked. The kind of place that felt heavy, not in a bad way exactly, but in a way that reminded you it had a long memory. The house was used as a rental, but not year-round. It would sit empty for weeks at a time, especially during the off-season. The owners lived several states away and only came a few times a year. When they weren't there, my friend's mom was hired to go once a week to clean, vacuuming, dusting, checking that nothing had gone wrong. She had a key, and as far as anyone knew, she was the only person who did. If you know anything about professional house cleaning, you know there are certain habits that become automatic. One of them is how you vacuum a room. You start at the far end and work your way out, pulling the vacuum backwards so that you leave clean, straight lines in the carpet. When you're done, you don't step back into the room. You don't leave shoe prints. The room stays untouched, clean, exactly the way you left it. My friend's mom was very particular about her work. She took pride in doing things properly. One week, she went to the house like usual. She unlocked the door, went through each room, vacuumed, dusted, cleaned, and locked up behind her. Nothing unusual happened that day. Nothing stood out. She left the house exactly the way she always did, neat and undisturbed, and didn't return until the following week. When she came back the next week, everything seemed normal at first. She unlocked the house, stepped inside, and began her routine. It wasn't until she entered one of the bedrooms that something felt wrong. The carpet. Right away, she noticed marks across the floor. They weren't random. They weren't messy. They were clear, distinct footprints. Not shoe prints, bare footprints. They started at one wall of the bedroom, crossed straight through the middle of the room, and disappeared into the opposite wall. There were no signs of anyone entering or leaving. No tracks near the door. Just those footprints pressed into the carpet, like someone had walked across the room and then simply stopped existing. She stood there for a long moment trying to make sense of what she was seeing. Her first thought was that someone must have been in the house, but that didn't make sense. The house wasn't scheduled to be rented for several more weeks. The owners were out of state and had told her they weren't visiting. No one else was supposed to be there, and she was certain she hadn't left those marks herself. She knew how she vacuumed. She knew what the room looked like when she left. She checked the rest of the house. Doors were locked. Windows were secure. Nothing looked disturbed. No signs of a break-in. No missing items. Everything else was exactly as she had left it. Still shaken, she did the only thing she felt she could do. She vacuumed the room again, slowly, carefully, her nerves on edge the entire time. She erased the footprints, finished the rest of the house as quickly as she could, locked up, and left. She didn't talk much about it that day, but my friend later said his mom seemed off, quiet, distracted. The next week, she went back. She told herself it had to be nothing, that there had to be a logical explanation she just hadn't thought of yet. Maybe humidity, maybe old carpet fibers reacting strangely. Maybe she had imagined how clear the footprints were. She needed to see it again to be sure. When she entered the bedroom, her stomach dropped. The footprints were there again, in the exact same place. Once more, they went from one wall straight across the room and vanished at the other wall. Same spacing, same shape, bare feet, no shoe treads, no smudging. No signs of entry or exit. That was when fear really set in. She didn't stay long this time. She vacuumed the room again, her hands shaking, and left the house immediately. She locked the door behind her and sat in her car for a while before she could even drive away. After that, she called the homeowners. She explained everything, what she had seen, that she was sure no one had been there, that the footprints kept appearing after she cleaned. She didn't accuse anyone. She didn't try to explain it. She just told them the truth as she experienced it. Then she quit. She refused to go back to that house. No amount of money could convince her otherwise. She never stepped foot inside it again. When the story spread, people reacted in different ways. Some brushed it off. Old houses do weird things, they said. Others grew quiet when it came up. Chatham had been around for a long time. That house had been there since the early 1700s. No one could say how many people had lived in it, died in it, suffered in it. History leaves marks, whether you believe in that kind of thing or not. What always stuck with me was how specific the footprints were. Not messy, not chaotic, just a calm, deliberate walk across a room. No rush, no hesitation, and then nothing. Like whatever made them didn't need to leave the same way it came in. As kids, my friend and I would talk about it in a hushed voices. We tried to imagine what it would have felt like to walk into that room and see those prints, to know you had cleaned it yourself, to know no one else was supposed to be there. It scared us in a way ghost stories usually didn't. This wasn't a rumor passed down through generations. This was something that happened to someone we knew. Even now, years later, I think about it whenever I'm in an old house, especially ones that sit empty for long periods of time, places where the air feels still, like it's waiting. I think about how some things don't need to make noise to be terrifying. Sometimes all it takes is a quiet sign that someone or something was there when it shouldn't have been. My friend's mom never tried to explain it. She never claimed it was a ghost. She never told the story dramatically. She just said what she saw and what she felt. And whatever it was enough to make her walk away from that house forever. That, more than anything, is what makes the story stay with me. My grandma was always curious about strange things. She liked antiques, old stories, and objects that felt like they had a history. So when she bought a Ouija board one day, no one in the family thought much of it at first. It wasn't bought as a joke exactly, but it also wasn't treated seriously. It was just something unusual she found interesting and brought home, like any other odd item. The board stayed in the house, tucked away, until one night when my mom had a sleepover. This was when she was still young, living at home, and her parents were out for the evening. It was just my mom and a few of her friends in the house. No adults, no siblings, just them. At some point during the night, someone remembered the Ouija board. They brought it out more out of curiosity than belief. None of them really thought anything would happen. It felt like something you do at a sleepover, half joking, half daring each other to be scared. They set it up in one of the rooms, sat in a circle, and placed their fingers lightly on the planchette. They started asking questions. At first, nothing happened. Then the planchette began to move, slowly, carefully, not jerking around or spelling nonsense. It felt deliberate. They asked what its name was. It spelled out a name, though my mom later said she couldn't remember exactly what it was anymore. They asked how it died. The board responded that it was a boy and that he had died in a car crash. Some of the girls started getting nervous, others laughed it off. My mom didn't believe it. She thought someone had to be moving it, that someone was messing around. So she challenged it. She told it to prove itself. The board responded with one word: knock. That alone made the room quiet. Someone asked where, someone else asked when. The planchette moved again and spelled out a number. 8. They all looked at each other. It didn't specify 8 minutes, 8 seconds, or 8 hours, just 8. Eventually, they shrugged it off. The moment passed. They put the board away and went upstairs, talking about other things, trying to forget about it. Time went on. A couple of hours later, they were all upstairs when they heard it. A loud knock, not on a door, not from inside the house, on the window. Everyone froze. It wasn't a soft sound. It wasn't something that could be mistaken for a branch or an animal. It was a clear, solid knock against the glass. They rushed to the window and looked outside. There was no one there. No people. No cars. Nothing. Then someone checked the clock. It was exactly 8 p.m. on the dot. Panic hit all of them at once. They all swore no one else had been there earlier. Everyone who had touched the board was standing together in that room. No one had left. No one had gone outside. There was no way anyone else could have known about what they asked or what time the board had given. They didn't touch the Ouija board again that night. After that, the board stayed in the house. Nothing dramatic happened right away. Life went on. Years passed. The story became something my mom would mention occasionally, always with the same seriousness. She never laughed about it. She never exaggerated it. She just told it the way it happened. Then strange things started happening again. This time, it wasn't with my mom. It was with my uncle and my grandpa. Both of them, at different times, began complaining about the same thing. They would wake up in the middle of the night with a crushing feeling on their chest. It felt like someone was sitting on them, pressing down, making it hard to breathe. They would be fully awake but unable to move properly. Their rooms would feel heavy, like the air itself was thick. At first, they brushed it off. Sleep paralysis, bad dreams, stress. But it kept happening. The feeling was always the same. The weight, the suffocation, the sense that they were not alone in the room. Neither of them mentioned seeing anything clearly, but both described the same fear, the same presence, and neither of them knew the other was experiencing it at the time. Eventually, the family started connecting dots. The Ouija board. That was the only thing that stood out as unusual. It was still in the house. No one was using it. It just existed there like an object that had quietly settled in. They decided to get rid of it. The first attempt was the fireplace. They placed the board inside and burned it. Or at least, they thought they did. The fire burned. The board was gone. Everyone felt relieved, like it was over, until it wasn't. Sometime later, the board was back, in the house. No one could explain how. No one admitted to buying another one. No one admitted to retrieving it. It was just there again, as if nothing had happened. That's when fear really set in. They tried again. This time, they threw it in the garbage. Not just the indoor trash, but taken out, disposed of, gone, and again, it came back. At that point, no one wanted it in the house anymore. No one wanted to touch it. No one wanted to even talk about it. The feeling in the house had changed. It didn't feel safe. It didn't feel calm. So they made a decision. They gave it away. They gifted the Ouija board to a neighbor. They didn't make a big deal out of it. They just handed it over and got it out of the house. And that was the end of it. The board never came back. The suffocating dreams stopped. The heaviness in the rooms faded. The house returned to normal, or at least what passed for normal after everything that had happened. Years later, when my mom tells this story, she doesn't embellish it. She doesn't add dramatic details. She sticks to what she remembers. The knock, the time, the feeling, the way the board kept returning no matter what they did. What makes the story unsettling isn't just the Ouija board itself. It's how specific everything was. The number, the timing, the repeated experiences with different people. The fact that it stopped only when the board was no longer anywhere near the house. Some people say Ouija boards are harmless, that they're just games, that anything strange can be explained away by coincidence or imagination. Maybe that's true, but when I hear this story, I think about how many people in my family experienced something they couldn't explain. How it didn't happen all at once, but slowly, over years. How it didn't end until the object at the center of it all was completely removed. Whether it was something supernatural or something psychological doesn't really matter to me. What matters is that everyone involved knew something was wrong. They felt it, they lived it, and none of them ever brought a Ouija board into their home again. When I lived in Virginia, I worked close enough to the tobacco industry that stories from the plants traveled fast. These were not the kinds of stories you read in the news or heard on guided tours. They were the stories people told quietly, usually at the end of a shift or during a smoke break when everyone was tired and guards were down. One story in particular stayed with me, and even now, years later, I still think about it more than I want to. There was an accident in one of the tobacco processing plants. I never worked in that exact building myself, but I knew people who did, and I knew others who knew them. Over time, the story settled into a shape that felt consistent, even if small details faded. I'm careful not to invent things, because the truth was already horrible enough without adding anything. Inside the plant, there was a massive container, large enough to walk into comfortably. It was almost like a room inside a room. Wooden pallets stacked with tobacco leaves were rolled inside on forklifts. The leaves still held moisture, and to process them properly, that moisture had to be made even throughout the batch. The way they did this was by sealing the container completely and using a powerful vacuum system to pull all the air out. With the air gone, the moisture redistributed itself inside the leaves. From what I was told, this process happened very fast, faster than people expected if they hadn't seen it before. The container had an airtight door, thick and heavy, with a small reinforced window built into it. The kind of window meant to let you look inside, not escape through. When the door shut, it locked automatically. That was part of the safety design. Once sealed, nothing could get in or out until the cycle was complete. On the day of the accident, a female inspector was inside that container. She was there to check the pallets and the condition of the leaves. Inspections happened regularly, and people were used to seeing inspectors walking through different parts of the plant. From everything I heard, no one realized she was inside when the door closed. Whether it was miscommunication, bad timing, or someone assuming she had already stepped out, I don't know. The people who know probably don't talk about it anymore. Someone outside the container started the extraction process. The vacuum system kicked on almost immediately. This was not a slow, gentle process. It was designed to work fast and efficiently. Air rushed out of the sealed space, and pressure dropped rapidly. The woman inside would have known something was wrong the moment it started. Imagine standing in a room and suddenly feeling the air being ripped away from you. Your ears would hurt first, then your chest. Breathing would become difficult almost instantly. She realized what was happening. That part is the worst to think about. Not just that she died, but that she knew she was going to die. She wasn't unconscious right away. She had time. People said she was banging on the window in the door, trying to get someone's attention. I don't know how long that went on, but even a few seconds would feel endless in that situation. Minutes would feel like hours. The plant was loud. Machines were always running. Vacuum systems, conveyors, forklifts, fans. It wasn't a quiet place where a single sound would stand out. Even if someone walked by, they might not have noticed her movements through the small window, or they might not have been looking in that direction at all. The pressure inside the container kept dropping. The human body is not meant to experience that kind of environment. I was told later that what happened to her body was horrific. I won't go into graphic detail, partly because I don't remember everything clearly anymore, and partly because I don't want to. Some things are better left vague. What matters is that it was not instant. It was not peaceful. It was not merciful. She suffered. That fact alone makes it hard to forget. The idea that someone can be trapped by a system designed for efficiency, a system that does exactly what it was built to do without anyone realizing a human being is inside. There was no malice, no intention to harm, just a series of normal actions carried out in the wrong order. Eventually, someone noticed something was wrong. I don't know if it was the time running longer than usual, or someone finally seeing movement through the window, or an alarm going off. When they stopped the system and opened the door, it was too late. She was already dead. The aftermath was ugly in a different way. Investigations, safety reviews, meetings, paperwork. The plant had to answer questions. Procedures were rewritten. Signs were added. Locks were changed. New rules were introduced. All the things that usually happen after someone dies at work. None of it brought her back. For the people who worked there, the plant never felt the same. That container became something else entirely. A place people avoided looking at for too long. A place where conversations dropped when someone walked past it. Even years later, new employees were warned, quietly, by older workers. Not officially, but personally. Always double check. Never assume. Make sure no one is inside. I didn't hear the story directly from someone who saw it happen. It was always told one step removed. A friend of a coworker, a supervisor's cousin, someone who was there that day but not in the room. But the emotional weight of the story stayed consistent every time it was told. People didn't exaggerate, they didn't dramatize it. If anything, they spoke more softly, as if afraid of saying too much. What stuck with me most was the time element. The knowledge that it lasted minutes. Minutes where she was conscious enough to understand what was happening. Minutes where every instinct would have been screaming for help. Minutes where no help came. When you think about time like that, it stretches in your mind. You imagine how long a single minute feels when you're panicking. How long a minute feels when you can't breathe properly. How long a minute feels when you know you're trapped. Years later, I'm glad the details are fading. I remember enough to know it was awful, but not enough to replay it vividly in my head. I don't want to reconstruct the physics or imagine the exact damage. I don't want to turn it into something sensational. It wasn't a story meant to entertain. It was a warning that came at a terrible cost. Sometimes when I hear people talk casually about workplace accidents or joke about safety rules being annoying or unnecessary, I think about that woman. I think about how one overlooked step can turn a routine process into a death sentence. I think about how machines don't care who is inside them. They don't hesitate. They don't stop unless they are told to. I also think about her family, about how they must have received the news, how they had to process the idea that she went to work one day and never came home, not because of a dramatic explosion or a fire, but because she was simply forgotten inside a machine. That kind of death doesn't make sense emotionally. There's nothing heroic about it, just loss and shock and unanswered questions. The story still circulates, even though many of the people involved have probably moved on or retired. New workers hear it secondhand, like I did. It becomes part of the quiet folklore of the industry. Not a ghost story, exactly, but something close. A reminder that certain places hold memories, even if nothing supernatural ever happens there. When I think back on it now, what haunts me most isn't the machinery or the process. It's the moment of realization she must have had. That instant when the air started disappearing and she understood she was alone, sealed in, and no one knew she was there. That moment is enough. Everything else fades around it. I don't tell the story often. When I do, I try to keep it honest and restrained, the way it was told to me, not to scare people for fun, but to remind them that safety rules are written in blood, and sometimes the blood belongs to someone who did nothing wrong at all. When you are an identical twin, the world feels a little bit smaller and a lot more connected than it does for everyone else. From the moment we were born, my brother and I were a team, a single unit moving through life in parallel. By the time we were 12 years old, this bond was the foundation of my entire existence. We shared everything, our clothes, our jokes, our friends, and most importantly, our space. We lived in a house that was comfortable but modest, and our bedroom was a reflection of that. It was a tiny room, just barely large enough to accommodate two single beds placed side by side, with only a narrow strip of carpet between them. If I reached out my arm during the night, I could easily touch the frame of my brother's bed. It was a cozy, intimate space that usually felt like a sanctuary, a place where we could whisper about our day until sleep finally took over. That year, 12 felt like a significant age. We were standing on the very edge of adolescence, still children, but starting to feel the first shifts of growing up. Our room was filled with the clutter of that transition. School books piled on a small desk, posters of our favorite athletes on the walls, and the lingering scent of laundry detergent and old sneakers. We had a routine that rarely changed. We would climb into our respective beds, say our goodnights, and drift off into the kind of deep, uncomplicated sleep that only comes when you are young. There was never any reason to feel afraid in that room. It was our territory, a place defined by the presence of someone who looked exactly like me. One night, however, the familiar comfort of that room was shattered in a way I still struggle to describe. It started like any other normal evening. We had gone to bed at our usual time, the house was quiet, and the world outside was wrapped in the stillness of a suburban night. I remember falling asleep quickly, my mind empty of any worries or strange thoughts. But then, at exactly 4 o'clock in the morning, my eyes snapped open. There was no noise that woke me, no sudden movement or change in temperature. I just simply became wide awake, as if a silent alarm had gone off inside my head. The room was bathed in that strange transitional light that exists in the hours before dawn. It wasn't pitch black, but it wasn't bright either. There was enough light filtering through the thin curtains for me to see the outlines of the furniture and the shapes of the objects on the floor. I lay there for a moment, listening to the silence, when my gaze naturally drifted toward the end of my brother's bed. My heart stopped. Sitting right there at the foot of his mattress was a figure. At first glance, I was certain it was my twin. The silhouette, the hair, the way he sat, it was unmistakable. But as my eyes adjusted, I realized he was just sitting there, completely still, staring directly at me with an intensity that made my blood run cold. Immediately, I felt a wave of goosebumps erupt across my arms and neck. It was a physical reaction to a fear I couldn't yet explain. Why was he sitting up at 4 in the morning? Why was he glaring at me with such a dark, unwavering expression? In my mind, I assumed he was playing a prank, or perhaps he was sleepwalking. Being so close together, I didn't even have to get out of my own bed to reach him. I sat up, leaning forward into the narrow gap between our beds, and reached out my hand to grab his shoulder. I wanted to shake him, to tell him to stop being weird and go back to sleep. As I moved to grab him, I asked him in a hushed, annoyed whisper what he was doing. He didn't respond. He didn't even blink. When my hand made contact with where his shoulders should have been, I experienced a sensation that I will never forget. My hand didn't hit solid flesh or fabric. Instead, it went straight through his body. It felt like moving my hand through a pocket of cold, slightly thickened air. There was no resistance, no warmth, and no person there to catch. I gasped, my heart hammering against my ribs, and I tried to grab him again, thinking that maybe I had just missed, or that my coordination was off because I was tired. But the result was the same. My fingers passed right through the image of the person sitting there, as if he were made of smoke. Terrified and confused, I pulled my hand back and looked toward the top of my brother's bed, near the headboard. My breath hitched in my throat. There, lying peacefully on the pillow, was my twin brother. He was fast asleep, his chest rising and falling in a rhythmic, calm motion. He was clearly tucked under his blankets, completely oblivious to the world. I looked back at the end of the bed, and the figure was still there, sitting upright and staring at me. In that split second, the realization hit me like a physical blow. The person sitting at the end of the bed was not my brother. A blind panic took over. I didn't think about logic or science or common sense. I did the only thing a 12-year-old boy could do in that situation. I grabbed my blanket and shoved it over my head, pulling it tight around me. I curled into a ball, squeezing my eyes shut and praying that whatever it was would just disappear. I lay there for what felt like hours, listening for any sound of movement, any footsteps on the carpet, or even the sound of the figure breathing. But there was nothing. The room remained silent, save for the soft, steady breathing of my actual brother. What freaks me out the most to this day, even decades later, isn't just that I saw a ghost or a spirit. It was the specific appearance of the person. When I looked at him in those brief, terrifying moments before I hid under my covers, I noticed something very specific. He looked exactly like us, but he wasn't a 12-year-old boy. He looked like an older version of us. His shoulders were broader, his hips were wider, and his face had the more defined, matured features of a man in his late 20s or early 30s. It was as if I was looking at a version of myself, or my brother from the future, projected into our tiny bedroom in the middle of the night. I am not a person who believes in the paranormal. I have spent most of my life looking for logical explanations for everything I encounter. I don't believe in haunted houses, and I don't believe in spirits wandering the earth. Yet I cannot explain what happened that night. It wasn't a dream. The sensation of my hand passing through that cold, empty space was too real, too visceral to be a trick of the mind. The detail of the physical build, the increased shoulder width and the adult frame, is something that my 12-year-old imagination wouldn't have just invented out of thin air. It was a very specific, very physical observation. I never told my brother about it that morning. I was too shaken, and I didn't want to scare him in the room we had to share every night. I tried to push it to the back of my mind, telling myself it was just a hallucination brought on by a fever or extreme tiredness. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. As we grew up, I watched our bodies change. I watched as our shoulders broadened and our frames filled out, just like the figure I had seen. Every time I looked in the mirror as an adult, I saw a glimpse of that man who had sat at the end of the bed. It was a slow-motion realization that the entity I had seen was, in some strange way, a reflection of what we were destined to become. The memory of those cold goosebumps still returns to me sometimes when I wake up in the middle of the night. Even though I now live in a different house and sleep in a different bed, that 4 a.m. hour always carries a bit of weight. I find myself glancing toward the end of my bed, half expecting to see that silent, staring version of myself sitting there once again. It was a singular, life-changing event that defied everything I thought I knew about the world. It was a reminder that there are moments in our lives where the veil between what we understand and what we don't becomes very thin. Twins often talk about having a sixth sense or a special connection, but this was something different. It wasn't a connection between the two of us. It was a connection between the present and the future, or perhaps a ripple in time that allowed a version of us to loop back to that small bedroom. Why would an older version of us be there? Was it a warning? Was it a guardian? Or was it just a random glitch in the universe that I happened to witness? I have no answers, and I don't think I ever will. The small room in our childhood home is long gone now, lived in by a different family who probably has no idea about the history of the space. I wonder if the children who sleep there now ever wake up at 4 a.m. and see things they can't explain. I wonder if the walls of that old house still hold the echoes of the future. For me, that night remains a mystery that I carry with me, a story that I rarely tell because it sounds so impossible. but the feeling of that cold air against my palm when I tried to grab the figure is a truth I can't deny. It changed the way I think about time and identity. We like to think of our lives as a straight line, moving from the past to the future. But that night suggested something much more complex. It suggested that maybe we are always existing in multiple stages at once, and sometimes those stages collide in the most unexpected places. My identical twin brother remains my closest friend, and we have shared many more normal nights since then. But that one night at 12 years old stands alone as a haunting, silent encounter with the unknown. I still don't call myself a believer in the supernatural. If you asked me today if I believe in ghosts, I would probably still say no. But if you asked me if I believe that something happened in that room, I would have to say yes. There is a difference between believing in folklore and acknowledging a personal experience that shatters your perception of reality. That older version of us sitting at the foot of the bed was as real to me in that moment as the mattress beneath my body. It was an event that left a permanent mark on my soul, a quiet reminder that the world is far more mysterious than we give it credit for. As the years passed and my brother and I grew into the very men I saw that night, the fear eventually faded into a kind of somber curiosity. I look at my brother now with his broad shoulders and his adult life, and I realize he is the person I saw. We are the ghosts that haunted our own childhood. It is a strange, circular thought that brings a weird sense of peace along with the lingering shiver. We survived our childhood, we grew into those men, and we moved on. Whatever that figure was, it didn't hurt us. It just watched, a silent witness to the beginning of our journey into adulthood. Even now, when the house is quiet and the clock nears 4 a.m., I sometimes feel that same prickle of goosebumps. I don't hide under the covers anymore, but I do stay still. Listen, if you're still here, if tonight's story stayed with you, leave a like. Subscribe if you're drawn to the quiet kind of horror, the kind that doesn't need to shout. Some things don't chase you, they just wait. This is LURK. I'll see you next time.